Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're all well. Um, the music wasn't playing. I changed this audio sourcing so it actually works now. Trust me, it's better this way. Volume's low. Well, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be background music. If it's too low, I'll turn it up a little bit. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're all well. So I was reliably informed that apparently I should talk about Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer. Frankly, I don't care. vocal volume is too low. Oh, well, we can fix that. How's that? That's better? Can't do much, but I mean, I guess I could turn up the... I'm up the piano music is overriding your voice. You guys, I think it's you. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm looking at the audio levels, and that's just not true. My vocal volume is low, but it is definitely not so low that the piano music is louder. If it is, your ears are broken. You should see a doctor. I'll turn this up though. How's that? That's too loud. That's too loud. That's good. That's good right there. That's probably as good as we're gonna get. I mean, I can't get it much louder than that without it peaking out. So, we can turn it up here. We can turn it up here. We can turn it up here. I could go back to 3.7, 3.5. We could turn it up here. Yeah, so there we go. How's that? Is that better? Start shouting. I'm not going to shout. I'm so not going to shout. I'm not going to do that. Mono the output though, because I don't want it in stereo. Turn off the padding. Do I want to turn off the padding? That might be better. That's a little better actually. That's a little better. We don't want to turn off the padding. We want to turn off the check, 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 check. I want that there. I want that there. All right, that's good. Start yodeling. Not gonna happen. Okay, let's go back and start the stream. We'll start over. All right, let's start over. No, I'm just kidding. Nick Prohl is here. Rivka is here. Barflug Narvin is here. Catholic Amnat, Cathnat Amnat is here. Mysterion is here. Happy is here. Raymond DeCoin is here. Nick Prohl is here. Your boy Ebb is here. Erebos is here. Jacob Miller is here. Thank you, Jacob Miller, as always. We love Jacob Miller. And I think I got everyone. Oh, Legate is here now, too. Legate is here now, too. Okay. So, I was reliably informed, and these people are probably correct, that if I don't talk enough about the Sarah Stock, Elijah Schaefer thing, that my credibility will be hurt because it'll look like I'm ignoring stories. And I am, and if that is like that's a credibility, if that's a credibility thing where I ignore stories when I don't want to talk about them because I think that certain news stories should be ignored for the good of larger society. If that's a problem for you, you can stop watching. We had this discussion last week where somebody stopped watching live on air because I told them frankly they were being feminine and gossipy about news, and so we're going to avoid that as much as possible where we can. And if that's a problem for you, I sorry, like, goodbye. I'm just hoping my choice e-girls haven't been chafed. I'm going to tell... Okay, here's another thing. I think Milo has some sources that have convinced him that they're legitimate. I don't think Milo's sources are as legitimate as they claim they are. Frankly, I don't want to talk about this from like a gossipy perspective, but I want to point out some things that you should be worried about. And you should have noticed these. If you didn't notice these, then you are too gullible. That's not an insult. That's just like a be aware of this about yourself, okay? The first recording and the transcript of the recording where whoever it is, well, the first thing is Rift is not a large company. And we still don't know who at Rift apparently was like talking to Sarah on those recordings or wrote this. And frankly, that's really suspicious that the entire internet hasn't figured out who at a company of like, what is it? It can't be more than 24, who at a company of 24 or so was one of the only people that didn't sign an NDA, and like their voice is known now because we've all heard the recording. That's weird. All right, that's weird. Also, they have an accent. They're from not somewhere in America. They're either from Britain or New Zealand, I think. I don't think it's Australian because the O sound isn't rote. It's not nar, it's na, and their R's drop off at the end of the record, like at the end of words that end in er. The R's is not there. It's ah. So they're either from Boston or from the UK. Honestly, there's so much information about whoever this individual is that their name is not public yet is weird. It's suspicious. If you are not suspicious about it, you're too trusting of online media figures. Danny's here. Hello, Danny. Elijah's wife is Australian. Yeah. The other thing is that the recording right after where this individual asked Sarah if it was an ongoing thing cuts off. After she says no, it cuts off immediately, and doesn't, and then he says Elijah said it went on for longer in the transcript, and then there's nothing after that, and the conversation is cut off in the middle. Gary Coturo is here. Thank you, Gary Coturo. That is weird. All right, if you're trying to get out a story you're trying to get out the whole truth, you don't cut off recordings in the middle, especially in the middle of the key part of the recording. That's weird. All right, that's weird. That is not good journalistic ethics. Not that I'm a journalist, but that's not good journalistic ethics, and you don't do that if you don't have something that's being hidden or embellished. Okay, you just don't. I could go on. There's a lot of really suspicious things about this. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of them because I don't want to be publicly guessing at people's motivations and beliefs and where they are. Lectio Semper, Jacob Weissman. I don't want to be gossiping, but there's a lot of really weird things about this, both on Milo's side, on whoever wrote that dossier's side. Sarah's response of leaving is probably correct, but there's some things about the way she phrased stuff and the absolute complete lack of any denials of anything, even though there's no way that all of that is true. It's just like, it's weird. Yeah. Something else is going on. If you think you know everything, if you think that you've been told everything and you can trust everyone, you're stupid. And I'm not sorry for saying that, so we're not going to talk about it any more than that. And if that bugs you, I don't care. Yeah, the whole thing should be ignored as much as possible. The less she answers, the more gossip can go on, so that could be intentional. No. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no. If she does not want gossip to be going on, not unless she's like that is just not a human response. It's not inside the realm of possibility that she wants the gossip to go on about her. I don't like anything that comes from people like Milo. It's so wrong to destroy lives by exposing private info to other people. Sometimes that needs to be done. For example, Ali Akbar should be ousted from public life forever, and anybody who is still associating with him should be ousted as well. And that's just the way it goes. So people should be aware. In this case, he did cross the line, but it is not the case all the time. The stuff about Ali Akbar should have been published for the safety of other people. But a situation of someone's marriage, um, yeah, I think he crossed the line this time, but it's not always wrong, and sometimes it needs to be done for safety. Jacob Miller, thank you so much for the super chat. I have no clue what's going on, but still happy to be here. Turned 40 last week and landed a job building a pole barn. Going to be a good month. Hey, congratulations. Congratulations, and thank you so much for the generous super chat. I really appreciate it. I agree there on safety. Yeah, the Ali Akbar stuff. By the way, if you guys don't know, the account AF Post is run by a known pedophile. That, as much as I will say, I like a lot of what America First and Nick does, but they are still associated behind the scenes with Ali Akbar, who is a known gay pedophile. And the account AF Post is run by him. So, why? You know, that's a question for people who are not me, who are making that decision. But yeah. Why would they not disavow and break connection? I don't know how long you've been politically aware, but I got news for you. I could name somebody. If you name a political influencer, I can name someone they are connected to in a similar situation for every single one of them. All of them. There's a reason you don't trust people in online influencer political media. Dude, I'm in the Epstein files 100,000 times, bro. No. That's pretty funny. That's a good joke. I started up Thursday 100,000 times. Okay, I guess, all right, here we go. We're going to talk. I'm just going to talk about with chat until you guys are bored of it. Since Sarah is a public figure known for her chastity, could this count as something scandalous that Milo is right to talk about, or something that should have been handled internally? I don't think that, based on what I can tell, there was no effort on Milo's part to handle this internally. And also, even in the Gospel of Matthew, where we're told to go to the church, and as a layman, that does not mean publish it to the entire world in an attacking and accusatory manner with the for your own financial benefit. For your own financial benefit while gloating about how good you are at it. Yeah. So, no, I don't think just because somebody's a public figure, you have a right to publish everything about their life. It's just the marriage breaking that I feel like makes it not good about someone publicizing stuff. Anything that can break a marriage, I'm not sure, except the criminality or, of course, safety. I will say this. If Milo attempted to contact Sarah's husband and was unable to do so, or attempted to contact Sarah and tell her that she needed to talk to her husband and he was ghosted and then he published it, I could see an argument for that, only for the purpose of, this is the way I will have to get it to your husband. But that is not the attitude he took, which makes me still very uncomfortable with the methodology and the gloating and the turning it into a public blood sport where people are taking joy over the destruction of a marriage instead of just realizing that this was a necessary way for an individual to be warned about the actual circumstances of the marriage he was in based on his wife's past. So there you go. And happy birthday, Jacob Miller. Happy birthday, Jacob Miller. I hope you're well. Sorry, I have Twitter open in the other window and it auto refreshed to a burnt peanut telling somebody from another country that we have, quote, a flying black Dorito worth the entire GDP of your country. As ever, Christus Restes. Hey, thank you, Raymond. I appreciate it. And sending you blessings up in the People's Republic of Canada. I hope you're well. Didn't we... do you watch curling? What Olympic sports are we watching? What Olympic sports are we watching, chat? What Olympic sports are we watching? I know it's the Winter Olympics, so it's the Canadians' favorite thing. Erebos Rex says hockey. Bro, hockey is... Curling is goated. Canada loves you. I don't think they do. Honestly, you might love me, but I think most Canadians hate us, bro. The non-existent Olympics, I totally forgot they were like going on until like I just saw somebody texted me something about the Olympics. They were like, "Are you gonna watch the opening ceremony?" I was like, "No, of course not. What are you talking about?" Yeah, I'm not gonna. Are we still pretending that we care about these like meaningless, like the Summer Olympics I could understand caring about. The winter ones, it's like, who cares? It's so boring. Forgot the Olympics were on until I saw on X JD and his fam look cute though. Were they there? Where are the Winter Olympics? I don't even know where they are. Dude, the Winter Olympics so don't matter. Oh yeah, I guess he did go over there. I don't care, but we should win, and anything we didn't win never mattered anyway. True. I'm observing Black History Month, not the Winter Olympics in Milan. I'm observing Black History Month, but you know, I'm just observing it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You mean? You guys, you hear me? You see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Is anybody picking up what I'm putting down? The opening ceremony wasn't trash. Bro just wishes he was Italian, so he watched it, but in fact, he's a bumpkin. Maybe in another... Yeah, I don't think I can forgive the Olympic Committee for what happened in the French Olympics. What's going on with the Alberta separatist movement? Is that a real thing or just crazy talk? The Albertans are serious about it, but the MSM mocks it constantly. Here's the thing. They want to join the U.S., and I don't want them. Sorry about you, but a Canadian conservative is an American leftist. They're so stupid. I know that our friend Raymond is like the exception to that rule, but the Canadian Conservative Party is so dumb. They're so bad at politics, it's crazy. And adding them to the Republican Party in the United States, which is inevitably what would happen, would be really bad for the party in the long term. Um, so there's that. At least Minneapolis didn't turn into Summer of Love 2.0. It kind of did, though. It kind of did, and I don't know if you've seen the school walkouts that are happening all over the country, but things are amping up. The media just knows better than to cover it. So, yeah, there's that. The John Doyle Black History Month videos are great. Yeah, that's true. Won't Canadian conservatives metastasize into more right wing as they become American? Won't the Mexican Catholics become Republican once they become American? Sequestered in seminary. I don't see much news except on weekends. Yeah. Yeah. I went and saw the nuns last weekend. They had no idea what was going on. They hadn't heard a single thing about it. So am I comparing Canadians to Mexicans? Yes. The culture is equally poisoned. And clip that, do it. I don't care. What's the deal with Nixon? You guys see, there it is. I knew you guys would get sick and tired of this, like talking about boring stuff. We can talk about Nixon. It's probably better than nuns, don't you? Yeah, that's the point. That's the point of having nuns, dude. Teaching about Nixon soon. The other thing is you can't when you like if you were to annex a landmass the size of Alberta, you would have the same problem as mass migration of any other foreign people into America. In that when they mass migrate, because they can become insular, assimilation becomes more difficult, just like sociologically, because they can become insular. And especially if you're doing an annexation instead of a mass migration, because they already have their own space, they're just going to behave and live the same way. And like assimilation becomes even more difficult to the point that it's nearly impossible. And once again, this is nothing against Raymond. We love our friend Raymond, but I'm just talking about sociologically general principles of people en masse. You have to keep in mind that collectives exist and they behave in ways different than individuals. So, teaching about Nixon soon, TM. That's so true. We're going to talk about Nixon. A 4-hour stream about Nixon needs 30 minutes dedicated to cottage cheese. That's true. We should do that. Yeah. How assimilated are Californians or Minnesotans? I mean, this is the problem, though. You're making an argument for my position, okay? You're making an argument for my position, right? Because my position is that American culture is so degraded that you can't en masse add any other people group and expect things to get better, because we already can't control our own people and they already aren't assimilated and don't behave in a Christian ethical manner. So there you go. That's what I'm, so they're American, but they're not like assimilated into American culture. Is Nixon the reason why Quakers no longer exist? I have no idea. That's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Watergate. I read a book today. I listened to the whole book today on Watergate. Am I going to be subject to a week of Bad Bunny complaints after tomorrow? That reminds me. Chat. That reminds me. Dude, I have too many things on my dock. Too many apps on my dock. Did you guys see this video today?
Dude, I wouldn't know if Bad Bunny walked up here and asked me for if he could borrow my cell phone. I really don't know who he is. I used to have a Bad Bunny. I had this Flemish giant rabbit. His name was Flop. He had one ear that flopped over.
Oh, nice.
And I always remembered, and somebody had another Flemish giant and they wanted to breed it. And I said, well, let's go easy on that. So they bring the dadgum thing over. It was Christmas Day. I'll never forget this. And Flop and this other his name was Caramel. I say caramel to aggravates my wife, so I keep saying caramel. And so caramel, we put it in the cage beside it, and there.
Thank you so much, Jacob, for the generous super chat. Everyone, please forgive my typing skills. I have giant fat construction worker fingers. We love our construction workers. My dad was a construction worker for years. He's a superintendent now. So we love construction workers. We love the blue collar. Yeah.
They're getting to know each other. Put them together. It's true what they say about rabbits, dude.
Oh.
And, yeah. And my nephew was like, Uncle Tim, what's Flop doing to Caramel? And I go back in the house, dude. It's not my job to give the sex talk here.
Oh my God.
And then about a week later, Flop died of a heart attack. So what do you know? I guess he died doing what he loved.
Yeah. This is Congressman Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett is hilarious, dude. He's so funny. R.I.P. Flop. I don't know if you guys have seen the Tim Burchett is R.I.P. Flop. F's in the chat for Flop, dude. Yeah, Tim Burchett, like, he's on national news on the split screen. It's just like, I'm gonna drink my coffee. So funny. Live like Flop, bro. What is he on? This guy's so funny. He's hilarious. That's so funny. Bro, this clip is so... I saw this clip earlier.
Buddy,
saw this clip earlier today. I still am laughing at it. It's so hilarious.
USA is a joke. Buddy, we got a flying black Dorito worth more than the entire GDP of your country that could flatten your shit before you blink.
Wait, it's Iceland.
USA is a...
America First Insights. 3, 4, 5. Burchett, B plus, not bad. Congressman Kennedy, Sam Hyde. Why did you just say Sam Hyde? You just said Sam Hyde. Just because we're talking about funny things, so you just said Sam Hyde. What? You guys are just typing Sam Hyde into the chat. What's going on? What did we do? What's happening? Chat, what are you doing? Oh, Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy. John Kennedy's not that funny, dude. John Kennedy takes himself too seriously to be funny. Yeah, Senator Kennedy. John Kennedy is not that funny, dude. He takes himself way too seriously, and he's too old. Louisiana Kennedy? I don't think this is a thing. Is this the Diddy? Yeah, I don't. He's not that. I don't think he's that funny. I think he takes himself too seriously. I saw this clip today too. I wanted to watch it. It's so. It's. Oh, it's peak irony.
Kind. It's also one of the most interesting places I've been to. Because like you got Hamas is here, the Taliban is here, Israel is here, everyone is here. You know what I mean? Like this is the diplomatic enclave of the entire MENA region. It's such a wild, it's so crazy. Like when you think about it, it is actually pretty fucking insane. It's 89% migrant workers. Yeah, of course, as is the case in all the Gulf countries. It's literally just a country with the nationals that make up a tiny sliver of the population with a ginormous migrant workforce, which has you know, in comparison to the rest of the Gulf nations, reformed on the status of the migrant workforce. There's still, you know, plenty of room for development and plenty of room for improvement. However, you know, it's not great.
Bro, so here's what's happening here. He's saying that these migrant workers need to be getting political rights. Which is just the Americanized, like, but the thing that he says it right after he says that Hamas and the Taliban are in the same place as Israel. And it's so crazy to say that, like, oh, yeah, we've got Hamas, the Taliban, and Israel here. We should give all of these groups political rights in this country and see what happens. Bro, I can tell you what will happen. Everyone will die. Like, that's a terrible idea. That is a top 10 worst idea of all time. Let's put Hamas, Israel, and the Taliban in the same place and give them all voting rights and see if they don't kill each other. Bro, what are you talking about? He's saying that Hamas, the Taliban, and Israel all have a presence in Qatar where he is, which is true. They have a presence there. That doesn't mean they're actually, you know, they're there, but they have a presence there.
Okay. Diplomacy, didn't they bomb Hamas official at the Qatar after calling for a negotiating ceasefire? Yes. I am Saudi And Qatar 100% better when it comes to migrants. Yeah, I mean, Saudi and Dubai are closer to what you think is going on still in these Gulf countries than Qatar is. But having said that, of course, there's still a major difference in like.
Bro, how long until Tucker has Hassan on? All right, I love Tucker, but he's been doing some silly things lately. And one of the silly things he's doing is he's pretending that the Qatari and the Muslims are not a big deal, which is very silly. It's a very silly thing to do. Um, and it seems like maybe Hassan's getting some of that, getting some of that Skrilla from Qatar. You know, seems like Hassan's doing some of the same silly things that Tucker is doing. So I look forward to that interview. Hot take: the Empire is the good guys. Yeah, that's not a hot take. That's a cold one, buddy. We've been saying that for years. How old are you? How old are you? And how long have you been politically aware? Like politically aware, politically aware. Let me ask that, Cathnat. What is the most esoteric thing you read last year? The most politically incorrect book last year? Because I'm almost finished with the Camp of the Saints. I'm almost finished with Camp of the Saints. Last year? I don't think I read anything like. I mean, the Lewis Mumford. I mean, Technics is probably eternally the most. Technics is probably eternally the most esoteric thing I've read. If esoteric means like unpopular and rare, then it's definitely Technics. If esoteric means like actually esoteric, you know, like borderline weird spiritual stuff and like kind of creepy, and if that's what you mean by esoteric, then probably Blood Meridian. Um yeah, probably it's either Technics or Blood Meridian depending on how you count it. Um Catherine, I'm actually curious though. Do answer. I want to know how old you are and how long you've been politically aware. Do you recommend Blood Meridian? Okay, so I was joking around in Crash Cannon's chat a couple. I want to say like a month ago when he interviewed Mike Pantile, and he was like, I was joking about Blood Meridian. They were like, "Oh, I have to add it to my reading list." I was like, "Oh, don't read that," because I would recommend Blood Meridian, but I only recommend it if I can explain the recommendation as only read it if you are in a good place spiritually and you are understand going in that it is deeply disturbing, and you think you'll be able to handle that. And I don't mean deeply disturbing as in like, oh, I read this like kind of gory thing, but like no, I'm talking about like it's not like gory disturbing, it's disturbing. So yeah, unless you're prepped going in that it's like disturbing in a way that is not just gore, no, don't read it. But if you think that'll do that, then yeah. Um Yeah, Blood Meridian is psychologically disturbing. Like the stuff that happens in that book and the way just the way it is written, it's like it is written like the syntax and the speech and like the everything, the actual meta writing, right? The syntax and the way they talk about stuff. That stuff is made to make you feel uncomfortable. So like the very experience of reading it is uncomfortable and weird, and then the content is also psychologically hard to handle. It's designed to be wildly unsettling. Yeah, Legate is right. Um, so yeah, I really I think reading Blood Meridian is like type 2 fun. Um, where it is not pleasant while you're doing it, but looking back on it, you're glad you did it, and you will like be happy that that is a thing that happened. Um, and yeah, have you ever read House of Leaves? House of Leaves is not. House of Leaves is weird. My sister, I think, is reading that right now. Um, and she has described it to me, and I don't feel like I would enjoy that, or that I have time to do it. So there's that. Flannery. My Flannery isn't on this shelf. It's on the one in the other room, but I do have the complete stories. I read all of them 3 or 4 years ago. So I'm not totally um familiar. Like I know I will I can say yes I have read that, but I can't remember what it is that I read. So um yeah, the speech on war is tough, dude. Oh, what's Technics about? Technics and Civilization is I would describe this as a historiography of what technology does to society as it emerges and over time. Um, and it's written in a very almost prosaic manner. Um, and it's really, really interesting. Um, really paradigm shifting in the way you look at a lot of things in modern society. The effect of reading Technics and Civilization is that you will have a lot of things that you don't realize are abnormal to the human experience, or are only normal in a first world civilization in the last 20 to or in the last 100 years. Um, that like you will have there will be some like aspects of the human experience that have emerged out of technology that you will not have realized emerged out of technology. Um, and it will affect the way you think about those things, and the way you perceive your life happening around you. Um, I think the quintessential one is the way that he talks about the clock and time is going to mess you up. Um, it's an interesting perspective, that I mean it's not it's a correct diagnosis of what constant perception of measured time does to the human mind, and what constant perception of measured time, since the 14th century when mechanical clocks were introduced to the general population onward, so the last 700 years, um, what that does to a human person, and how it's affected generations of people. And yeah, and then similarly how we have turned space into discrete measurable chunks, with absolute properties instead of just time and space being the medium of our existence. They are things to be saved, sorted, and controlled, uh, which ultimately results in the mindset that enables the Industrial Revolution and is more essential to it than any of the industrial inventions, which were traditionally taught are the things that were important about it. So, yeah. What about Watergate? All right, let's talk about Watergate. I don't know what the metaphysics of the washing machine is. Techniques in Civilization was written by Lewis Mumford in 1934. Technics and Civilization. Okay. Watergate.
It's
7 to 25 on bingo so far. I hope you randomized that card, because if you just put them in however you wanted, you could have gotten whatever you wanted out of it. So if you didn't randomize that card, you're cheating. Made it in Canva. It's the opposite of random. Cheating. Okay.
My name is Caitlin. I'm a senior.
All right. We don't care about you, Caitlin. Shut up. All right. So this guy, Jeff Shepard, he has written a lot of books on politics in the 60s and the 70s. And by a lot, I think you mean 3 or 4. I listened to one today on Audible called... Pull it up real quick. By the way, Audible now has a premium subscription that's only like $5 more a month, and you get 2 book credits. Before, like $18 a month for a single credit seemed like not great, especially since a lot of books are 2 credits. But now you get 2 credits a month, and that's a really good deal, honestly. So I'm vibing with that. If Pat Buchanan was elected instead of Bush Sr., what would be the most different thing than in our timeline? Clinton would not have been elected. The debt would have been fixed in a more permanent manner. And we would probably not have gone into the Forever Wars. So the primary... Yeah, with Buchanan, we would not have gotten into the Forever Wars in the early 2000s. So the primary political motivator of an entire generation of people, the millennials, being anti-war, wouldn't be non-existent. Yeah. 9/11 probably would have been prevented. Yeah, actually, that's it. Yeah, no, you're correct about that. Yeah, there would have been no 9/11. That's probably better. Do you use the public library's audiobooks? No, I should, though. That's probably smart. I should probably do that. I don't think there would be any immigration problem with Buchanan, honestly. I think if it would have been anything, it would have been like... Yeah. Movies would probably be better. Buchanan would not have gotten involved in NAFTA. No. Pat would not have gotten involved in NAFTA. He also would not have lost his second term. So, we'd still have Hart-Celler. But Pat was anti-immigration in the like late Reagan administration. He was unhappy with the amnesty, which means he would have cut it back, and America would have perceived that as a more normal thing. He would have kept so a lot of the biggest motivator of the immigration problem into the 90s was that the Democrats were actually anti-illegal immigration. This has gone over a lot in Ship of Fools, which is on my shelf right now. I don't know where it is. Tucker talks about this in Ship of Fools, how the parties have kind of swapped on immigration, and that was because the Republicans were pro-illegal because they wanted more open borders for economic reasons and libertarian reasons. They were being really stupid about that. All right, Rip Gods. Thank you so much for watching. Um, and Buchanan was kind of alone in the Republican Party in the late 80s and early 90s, and seeing that the immigration problem was a cultural issue, not a was like seeing the immigration as an economic issue, not a cultural issue, was kind of stupid and retarded. And he probably would have slowed it down and gotten the Republican Party to get on board with the immigration restriction. And because the Democrat Party at that time was less race conscious and wouldn't have perceived it as racist, we probably would have gotten it largely under control in the 90s, resulting in largely a slowdown of the issue to the point that we would have had it controlled by the time the Democrats were trying to ramp it up anyway. Yeah. I don't think he could have single-handedly changed it, but I think just forcing the Republican Party to operate in his paradigm as Republican would have slowed it down so much that we wouldn't have never gotten to a point where it was out of control like it has been for the last 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, Lege is right about this, by the way. The 20th century Republicans were the party of business and only business. Like, until abortion became like a core issue of the Democrat Party in the 60s, until abortion and communism became a core issue of the Democrat Party in the 60s, like the the there's a reason that the Catholic vote was Democrat, right? There's a reason that JFK was Democrat. Um and that is largely because the Republican Party was um very the Republican Party in the 30s, 40s, and 50s was, you know, it was not great. um, I doubt, like, if you put me in the if you put me in the 30s, 40s, or 50s, I really doubt that I would come out a Republican. So I really doubt that I would be a Republican in those time periods, to be honest. The 20th century was much more interesting in how the Dems changed a lot more than the Republicans between 1900 and 2016. This is true. The Democrats moved radically. Um, the Teddy Roosevelt admin was a huge anomaly, and Republicans reacted wildly against it. Hence, the bull moose had to show up. Yeah. And the Democrats were pretty much just a workers' party from the 1890s to the 1960s. Yes, yes. Don't know who Father Coughlin is. Any of us in the 40s would have been moderates. I really think that a lot of people don't realize that. Um, the idea of the undecided voter is a holdover from the 70s, still 50 years later, because into the like once you get to the like basically post Reagan is when like the idea that there are somehow undecided, like when you hear the undecided voter, you're like, what the fuck is that, dude? Like, what the fuck is an undecided voter? Everyone knows who they're going to vote for. The only people who are undecided are like retards who are politically uninformed and shouldn't be allowed to vote anyway. But that whole thing is like, that whole thing is like a holdover from the 70s and the 80s where Nixon won so handily in 72 because he won a lot of the undecided voters, because this idea that there was like a mass amount of people were party registered, the majority of the voting class was party registered and never going to break party lines. Like that was just like that didn't happen. That never happened. And this is one of Buchanan's great contributions to the American right-wing politics, was that he recognized that. So Huey Long and Father Coughlin all thought that FDR wasn't doing enough. We're down party voters a thing? I mean, like somebody who just voted down the ballot everything. Yeah, it was a thing, but what I'm saying is into the mid 80s, probably into like 84 was the last time you really saw it. The majority, so when you think of like an election today, it's like the majority of people who are going to vote know how they're going to vote before the primary is over. You know, before the primary, like I know who I'm going to vote for in 2028. Right? Like nothing is going to happen to make me not vote for the Republican candidate for president in 2028. Right? But and the majority of people who are going to vote for president in 2028 are going already know is what I'm saying, right? The majority, it's 2026, right? I know I'm going to vote down ballot. Like I'm just going to click the R button. It's paper ballots. I'm just going to fill in the R button bubble all the way down the sheet. I'm going to fill in the R bubbles all the way down the sheet. I already know that. Okay. What I'm saying is into the mid 80s, the majority of people were not doing that. The majority of people were, oh, I'll figure out who's best and then I'll vote for them. Whereas today, the majority of people are just voting party line. Yeah. Even if it's Nikki Haley, if Nikki Haley is by some, I don't want to call it a miracle, by some curse of the devil, the Republican nominee for 2028, I will write in Saddam Hussein, honestly. I mean, better choice. I'll write Saddam Hussein in. There's no way I'm voting for Nikki Haley. Yeah, I wouldn't vote for Nikki Haley. I would vote for Saddam Hussein before I voted for Nikki Haley. So, what about Nikki's son? Nyan seems pretty based, honestly. That kid seems kind of like he's got it together. If Haley were the GOP nominee, we're getting a third party. Yeah, if Haley somehow won the nomination, I think JD or Marco would run as a third party. Yeah. Third parties have not worked in the US. I know they haven't, but yeah. Yeah. So, anyway. All right, so Jeff Shepard wrote a couple books about Watergate. I listened to one today. It's called The Real Watergate Scandal, and this book is about the prosecutorial and judicial misconduct in the trials of the Nixon aides, who in the Nixon aides who were tried in court. So we're gonna watch this video of Jeff Shepard summarizing the book I listened to today. I listened to the whole book. It is not an hour long. It is way longer than that. I did listen to the whole thing today while I made a creeper farm in Minecraft. I made the creeper farm and then I don't think it works. So there's that. But at least I had something to keep my fingers busy while I was listening to the book, because otherwise I probably would have just, you know, done nothing. I have no idea. So there's that. All right, let's go. If we make a sugarcane farm, we'd get a completely automated rocket farm. I know. If the creeper farm works, and I don't think it does. Also, nobody in the server break those. Don't break, bro. If nobody, this is not a joke. Do not break those scaffolds on top of that box next to the iron farm. I'm on top of them scaffolds. If you break them, I will fall to my death when I respawn. When I spawn back in, bro. I know you did not break the scaffolds. You did not. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, there's a Minecraft server for YouTube members. If you are a YouTube member, you're in the go join the Discord server and connect your account to your Discord account, and you will see a channel in the Discord for our Minecraft server. Yeah, you didn't break it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. You didn't break it. We're good. You didn't break it. See, it's right there. You didn't break it. I was smart and I made this block out of glass so I could see if somebody broke the scaffolds. And it'll totally stay up. Right, yeah. Anyway. Anyway, so let's listen to Jeff Shepard talk about this book he wrote, which I very much enjoyed. It was very technical, but it was a great story. It was written well, and hopefully it'll go well. So yes, if you want to join the Minecraft server and play Minecraft with me and the other people in chat, our mod Lege is in there. He's very easy to kill. He is insistent on LARPing like it's medieval times. So if you just hit his horse once, it dies, which I did on accident today while he was on it. That was pretty funny. I did laugh for 5 minutes. Yeah. So some of our other members are in there. If you guys want to join, want to hang out, join the channel membership. Yeah. Bro, I didn't kill you because I was being nice. I could have killed you 4 times over.
Good evening. My name is Bill Barabalt. I'm the president of the Richard Nixon Foundation, and I'm pleased to welcome you and a friend of the foundation's, Jeff Shepard. When I first took this position, Jeff's name was often identified as a person very active with the foundation, and soon I found that he was organizing reunions going back to the domestic policy group within the Nixon administration. That later he had developed a number of legacy forums that were held across the United States that presented policies and achievements of the administration. And then I heard he was writing a book. And when I finally met Jeff, he became a good friend. I now understand all the contributions he's made to the foundation, and in particular, the Nixon legacy. And the book that he was writing is finally here. So we're very pleased to give him this opportunity. It's his first stop. The book came out on Monday, so we're honored to have him here for The Real Scandal, Jeff Shepard.
You take this with you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. It's an honor to be here, an honor to have Bill as our new head of the Richard Nixon Foundation. As it turns out, the real Watergate scandal is the trashing of our Constitution and Bill of Rights in the successful effort to drive President Nixon from office, to imprison his senior aides, and to realign political power without the inconvenience of an election. We're going to get to that in a couple minutes, but I want to start by telling you why I think I'm in good shape to write this book, and why you may think or may conclude that perhaps I know what I'm talking about. I'm a California native, like many of you, went to Long Beach Wilson High School and then to Whittier College. And I think of myself back then as normal. And then something changed for me. I got a scholarship to Harvard Law School. And I did well, coming from the uncultured West Coast.
All right, let's skip this. Skip.
For 5 years, I ended up as associate director of the Domestic Council. My main assignment was the Department of Justice. So I worked.
Nixon wasn't a crook? No, he literally did nothing wrong. Nixon did literally nothing wrong. Nixon did nothing that the Democrats, JFK and LBJ, had not done to him. Hoover personally told Nixon that LBJ had Nixon's phones bugged. The only reason that Nixon got in trouble and the Republicans got in trouble is because way back, Richard Nixon had beaten the media's favorite senator, favorite congressman, for his California seat. And the media did not like him, and they held that grudge for over 30 years. Nixon gave cover to others who had broken into Watergate. He only knew about it after the fact. Is that correct? No. So what Jeff Shepard has uncovered through a combination of being in the rooms and working at that White House and the files is that Nixon was planning what Nixon had no intention to actually bribe the individual who had. So what Nixon was charged with, the thing that the smoking gun tape was, it made it sound like Nixon was going to pay off this guy to cover up the break-in. But what actually was happening is that Nixon wanted to have H.R. Haldeman and wanted to have his chief of staff go to the guy and make it sound like they were going to pay him to slow the guy down so that they could figure out what had happened and get ahead of it and release the information themselves. Now, he said all this on a recording and, with the recording devices in the Oval Office. And as Patrick Buchanan talks about in his book, The Nixon's White House Wars, once it was found out that they wanted the tapes, and they found, that it looked like Nixon was going to pay this guy, even though he wasn't. Patrick just wanted to destroy the tapes. Nixon wanted to assert executive privilege and keep them. Nixon and H.R. Haldeman wanted to assert executive privilege and keep them, I believe. Could be. Anyway, they got rid of part of the tapes, which was more suspicious than just not having them or not giving them up, which resulted in the impeachment and the eventual resignation. So.
Worked with and knew everybody involved in Watergate. I liked some, I didn't like some, but I knew them on a personal basis. These were not names in a newspaper. And things were going quite well. And then Watergate hit. And as the tide of Watergate rose, I did something that is somewhat similar to what Clark Gable does in the end of Gone with the Wind, when he runs off to join the Confederacy when all seems lost. And what I did was demand a seat at the defense table for President Nixon. I believed then, and I believe now, that we were about to lose a president because of inadequate legal representation.
So after the smoking gun tape came out, a bunch of the lawyers in the White House people thought that Nixon was guilty, and so they left, and this guy decided, I'm going to represent the president. That's what happened. There you go.
And so I demanded a seat at the table. and I became the principal deputy to the president's lead Watergate defense counsel, Fred Bizart. I transcribed the tapes, I ran the document rooms that held the seized files, and I briefed the senior staff.
This guy was the third person to ever hear the infamous smoking gun tape. He was the one who transcribed it.
And I staffed the presidential counselors who were the spokespeople on Watergate, Bryce Harlow and Dean Birch. You may remember it ended rather badly. It's not just I lost my first case, but we lost a president. And I left rather bitter about the whole experience. And maybe you remember the mantra during that era. It was no man is above the law, and that's true. But about 12 years ago, I decided I'd go back and have another look and see what led to and how Watergate unfolded. And I discovered something that I hadn't realized before, and that's that the special prosecutors, being government employees, their files are kept even today at the National Archives. Now, it's a little hard to get into them. It takes some time. You have to put in FOIA requests, and you have to know what you're looking for. But if you persevere, you can read the documents of the opposition. And this is something like discovering 30 years after you lost the championship football game that you can have access to the coach's playbook from the other side. And you can see what they were doing to exploit your weaknesses and what you were doing to exploit theirs and to defend yourself.
Okay, so this guy is like Mario Cristobal. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't do it. I didn't reference the thing you wanted me to reference. I know that. Rivka left. No, Rivka's not here. Okay, Rivka's not here with the bingo card. There's a thing on the bingo card that I'm not going to do. I'm not going to reference it. Unless does the wallpaper count as referencing the thing on the bingo card? Does the wallpaper count as referencing it? All right.
And as I started reading these documents, a pattern appeared, and the pattern is what forms the basis of the book, the real Watergate scandal, because there are documentation of flagrant violations of due process and cheating. There's really no other word for it. They cheated to get to Richard Nixon and to imprison his top aides. No man is against the law, but these people were the law. They were brought in to clean up the Watergate mess, and there was nobody reviewing their work, so they twisted it and they tortured it to suit their own purposes. It's an age-old problem. Who will protect us from our protectors? The judges and the prosecutors were brought in to clean up the Watergate mess. There was a Watergate mess. There was a break-in and there was a cover-up. But they were highly political, and they twisted it around to absorb political power. And that's what I've uncovered. That's what's in the book, and that's what the scandal is. Now, why is it coming out now? I mean, Watergate's an old topic. It's 40 years old. Well, what happened is that 3 of the lead
This video is 11 years old. Holy cow.
prosecutors
I'm sure Cathedra's here. I don't know where he is.
took their files with them. Now, this is not unlike having your own private server and deciding later what emails you're going to turn over and what you're going to destroy. Because like those emails, these are government documents, and they should have been preserved for researchers.
So here's what so this is, I don't know if you guys caught that. But what he's saying is that the prosecutors and the special prosecutors took their documents, the internal memos, the documents, a memo is the 1960s email. They took them to, like, they took them and kept them, and then decided when they would give them back. Which he's making the point, because this is 2015, is oddly similar to what Hillary did. which it is. So this whole like keeping some of the stuff back because it's good for you. I mean, it's an age-old problem. It's an age-old Democrat behavior. It's an old thing that the Democrats do. They've done it for years. Yeah.
And what happened by taking the documents, there was a sort of cover-up. You couldn't get certain documents. They filled out their careers, legal careers, distinguished legal careers, gave their papers to their alma mater, which is the appropriate thing to do, and the alma mater sorted through them, decided what they were going to make available, and they only became available in the last couple of years. I'm not the first person to go through the papers, but I'm the first person to realize what's there. And what's there is documented proof of collusion between the prosecutors and the judges. Now, you don't have to watch too much crime on TV to understand that judges aren't supposed to get together with one side without the other side being present. These are called ex parte meetings, and they're strictly forbidden in the concepts of fair trial. But that's what happened in the Watergate scandal.
Yeah. Do you guys remember? Never mind. That was going to be too much of a deep cut for you guys.
Let me give you a quick overview of what's going to show up in the book. Much of what you've been told about Watergate turns out to be untrue. President Nixon was driven from office largely. They're everywhere. That was unplanned. Forgive me. I have to figure out how I did that and make sure I don't do that again. Where were we, class? President Nixon was driven from office largely by false representations of highly partisan Democratic prosecutors. President Nixon's aides were denied any semblance of a fair trial. In short, the fix was in, the dice were loaded, the deck was stacked. I remember these meetings. Now, I'm in my 20s. I'm not in charge, but I'm a key member.
Bro, this guy was the same age as me when he was in these rooms being like, all right, how do we make sure that the president doesn't go to jail? How do we make sure that the president's aides don't go to jail? And what do? 50 years later, what do I do in my 20s? I sit here and I talk about the cool stuff he did in his 20s. Damn. Yeah. So another thing that he's going to talk about soon here, but I want you guys to keep in mind is there's several things that need to happen to get a fair trial. Right? The judge can't be a part of the prosecution. The judge can't be like biased, and the jury can't be biased, and the judge cannot influence the jury or influence jury selection in an unfair manner such that the defendants cannot possibly get a unbiased jury. I'm hungry, dude. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. And in the case of the trial of the Nixon's top, in the case of the trial of Richard Nixon's top aides, none of those three things happened. The judge was biased. The judge was giving the prosecution advice on how to try the case to make sure they got a conviction. The judge assigned the case to himself, and the judge made sure that the case could not be moved from Washington, D.C., so that people who hated Richard Nixon were on the jury. And he did not allow them enough jury strikes with cause.
Member of the defense team, and I'm in the room when this stuff is going on. And we'd have these meetings with the judge, and the other side was always prepared, always confident, always ready to respond. And we were always caught by surprise by his questions. And now we know why. They were getting...
Wouldn't this be something so top level as to be unbiasable because people either voted for Nixon or against? Not necessarily. I mean, you could possibly get a fair trial, fair jury in like somewhere where people don't care as much about politics, but they tried the case in D.C. So, yeah.
Together in advance to work it out, which you're not supposed to do. Let's remind ourselves of who the players were. These are the top 6. The folks across the bottom row, Gordon Liddy, Jeb Magruder, and John Dean, are the ones who committed the crimes. Gordon Liddy masterminded the break-in into the Watergate Hotel.
So CRP, you're going to hear this guy talk about creep a lot. CRP, Committee to Re-elect the President, often abbreviated as CREEP. Laura Christine, thank you so much for subscribing. Gordon Liddy here was on CREEP. Jeb Magruder, he was on CREEP. And John H. Mitchell was, I believe, originally the Attorney General, and then obviously John N. Mitchell. Oh, okay. I believe he's the Attorney General, and then he left that to run the committee to re-elect the president, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he was the Attorney General. He left in March 1972 to run the committee to re-elect the president. So Bob Haldeman, H.R. Haldeman, and John Ehrlichman were President Nixon's top 2. You know, they were President Nixon's top guys. And they were infamously called the Berlin Wall by most of the Nixon White House, because these 2 guys were pretty much the only 2 people in most cases who got to speak to President Nixon or had any direct influence over him. And everyone else kind of had to go through them to get to the president, which was a problem because they were not really in line with Nixon's ideas for his administration. So, yes, that's what we're talking about, Barfield Arvin. Yeah. And John Dean was the prosecution's star witness who was so scared of going to jail forever that he was basically saying whatever the prosecution wanted him to say. So, yeah.
Jeb Magruder was his boss. He's the one who authorized it. And John Dean ran the cover-up. Let's remind ourselves of who the players were. These are the top 6. The folks across the bottom row, Gordon Liddy, Jeb Magruder, and John Dean, are the ones who committed the crimes. Gordon Liddy masterminded the break-in into the Watergate Hotel. Jeb Magruder was his boss. He's the one who authorized it. And John Dean ran the cover-up. In his own words, he was the chief desk officer for the cover-up. The gentlemen across the top are their supervisors, Nixon's top aides, John Mitchell, Bob Haldeman, and John Ehrlichman. Now, they're the ones who are convicted in the Watergate cover-up trial, convicted on all counts. But the question has always been, in the minds of people who aren't really sure we got the true story, whether the folks at the bottom were operating under the direction and control of the folks at the top. Now, you go back a little bit further. I've outlined 4 of these people in a red box. And they're outlined because they were present. They were the only people present at 2 key meetings that took place in John Mitchell's office where they discussed Gordon Liddy's intelligence plan. Now, they didn't approve it at those meetings, but they discussed it. They reviewed it.
So Gordon Liddy wanted to have an intelligence committee on the intelligence arm of the committee to re-elect the president. They were the ones who wanted to, this intelligence thing was basically what the break-in at the Watergate Hotel was. For those of you who don't know, there's a hotel in D.C. called the Watergate Hotel. And it was the head of the Democrat National Committee. And a group of guys broke in there, put some bugs in the phones, and photocopied a bunch of documents and then left. And they were caught. And it was mostly under the direction of Gordon Liddy.
And so you can see how after the break-in arrests, where these people are arrested, these 4 people might believe they were at risk of prosecution because they knew what was started, what was under consideration. Again, it wasn't approved, but it was under consideration. And they reacted in different ways. Gordon Liddy told John Dean, it was my team, it's my fault, and then he clammed up and wouldn't testify and wouldn't talk and wouldn't take the stand in the trials. Jeb Magruder decided that it would be better to lie and start a cover-up, and he lied in his grand jury appearances. John Dean ran the cover-up. As I said, he, in his own words, he became chief desk officer. John Mitchell got out of town. He resigned as head of the re-election committee within 10 days of the break-in. Now, we thought it was because of his alcoholic wife, Martha, but it turns out that wasn't entirely the case. Well, what about the other two people? What about Bob Haldeman and John Ehrlichman? And what about the president? In the intervening 40 years since the Watergate story broke, it's never been shown that they knew about the break-in in advance or had any concept of Gordon Liddy's campaign intelligence plan. So why would they have a reason to cover up? They had a reason to protect the president politically, no problem. But they had no reason to cover up. And what they did, this is the mistake of the century, they sent their lawyer, John Dean, to protect the White House interests. The people at CREEP who had done the break-in, they were hopelessly lost. There's no question about that. But there was going to be a line of demarcation between the committee, where crazy things might happen, and the White House itself. And John Dean's job was to see to that. But you see, Dean was at risk of prosecution himself. So he cast his lot with the people at the committee to re-elect. And he engaged in criminal conduct over and above just obstruction of justice. He rehearsed Jeb Magruder for his perjured testimony before 2 grand juries.
So here's the part where John Dean gets in trouble. What he's saying is Dean works at the White House. He decided to go over to work at the committee to re-elect after the break-ins and to, cross over the line. He's talking about a line of demarcation where the people at the White House and actually work for the president, they're over here. And they might do some crazy things, but they're fine. But there are the people on this side of the line at CREEP, the committee to re-elect, they're the ones at risk. And Dean decided for some reason that he was going to end up with the people at CREEP. And Magruder perjured himself. And Dean, a lawyer, knew that Magruder was going to perjure himself and helped him rehearse the perjury. Now, that is, fun fact, not allowed. So then Dean is now in a ton of trouble, at which point he is now going to be, tried for what's the word I'm looking for? Conspiracy. He's going to be tried with the conspiracy. He's going to go to prison. He doesn't. Spoiler alert. Did YouTube just crash? That's wild. Are we good? We're good. And, yeah. So, there we go.
He learned and then passed along to defense counsel the prosecution's analysis and concept of where they were going, which is totally improper. He destroyed evidence taken from Howard Hunt's safe. And he's the only person in Watergate who embezzled money. John Dean embezzled campaign funds. He took $4,000 of campaign funds to fund his honeymoon. So then you have this cover-up, and the cover-up collapses. We're not really good at breaking the law. The cover-up collapses, and John Dean's running it so he knows, and he's the first to run to the prosecutors. And he says, look, I can give you Magruder and Mitchell. And the career prosecutors, the first team, says, we got them. We don't need you. And he discusses it with his lawyer, and he does 2 things. One, he takes documents that he possessed as the president's lawyer, having nothing to do with Watergate, and shared them with the prosecutors as kind of a down.
So now this guy goes, I'll give you these 2 guys. And they're like, we already got them guys. This is obvious. We don't need you. And he goes, oh, well, what if I violate attorney-client privilege to help you out, big dog? Fun fact, also not allowed to do that. That's also very illegal.
payment on his immunity. Now, they wouldn't give him immunity, but he took what we could say were the family secrets, the things we didn't really want to have out, and gave them to the prosecutors to try to buy immunity. And that didn't work. And then if you look at his book, there's a moment in his book where his lawyer, and this is a book written by John Dean, where his lawyer says, they think you're guilty. You're in real trouble. You better start talking cover-up to make yourself an invaluable witness. And he says, a couple paragraphs later in his own book, I really like this cover-up idea. And while there's no direct proof that he was operating under direction and control of Haldeman and Ehrlichman, he was the only path. So you have this key government witness who changes his story in the hands of the prosecutor.
This is why I need a whiteboard, by the way, guys. Honestly, okay, here's the thing. You know what? 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 Hold on. You know what? Everyone thank Jacob Miller. Everyone tell Jacob Miller and Raymond DeCoyne, thank you. You know what? I'm getting a drawing tablet right now so we can have a whiteboard for the stream. All right, everybody, thank you, and thank you to everybody who supports the chat with YouTube memberships or super chats. I appreciate it. Yes, I ordered a chicken quesadilla.
Prosecutors. During the course of the interviews, he goes from the guys who did the crimes to accusing his superiors.
So, okay, this is why I said I needed we needed a chalkboard or a whiteboard. Yeah, and please go ahead and do what I'm going to show you. Below the video right now, there's a little button that says share. Click that button and then click this thing right here that says copy. Do that right now. YouTube thinks you just shared the video, and YouTube thinks this video is so good that you want to send it to other people. If you would send it to somebody else, that would be even better. But if you don't have anybody else who you want to send it to, just do that, and YouTube will think it's so good that you want to send it to other people, and that'll boost our video. So thank you so much. And because we're doing mostly live streams, make sure when you click subscribe, you click the little all button right here so you get notified whenever I go live, and you can come right away and don't miss anything. So Dean is the only guy. He's the only guy at the White House. So Dean is the guy in the meetings. So he's the guy. There's the people at Creep, and they're in the meetings. There's the people at Creep, and they're in the meetings on Gordon Liddy's intelligence plan, which results in the break-in. Now, Dean is actually in the White House, but he happens to be in this meeting. So he's the link here. Now, he is in the White House. So he starts talking about when he starts talking about a cover-up, then this is working perfectly. This is why we need a whiteboard, by the way, guys. When he starts talking about a cover-up, then he can get the prosecutors, he can give the prosecutors what they want, which is a link from the people over here to the people over here. And then if he says whatever they want, they can get H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman. Did that make any sense to anyone? Nobody answered.
Now, you may not all be lawyers, and I feel badly for you, or actually I feel good for you. One of the absolute requirements of the prosecution is if a witness changes his testimony in the course of talking to you, you must disclose that to the defense counsel.
All right. Barfluid Narvin, I love you. You've been loyal forever. You've watched when we were just gaming. You've watched since everything. Buddy, I do not have MS Paint. this is a MacBook. Granted, it's a very powerful MacBook, but this is my Mac, so I don't have MS Paint. Also, just drawing with a mouse is not really going to work. So I ordered a drawing tablet. It's a screenless one. That way we can have a whiteboard that'll go on screen. Does that count as insulting a chatter? No. It definitely doesn't. I didn't call him an idiot. He's an OG. I like him.
And they didn't do it. And the book will go into it in great detail, the documentation of his change of story, which they hid. So those are the players.
Oh, okay, yeah. So here's the other thing. Dean... okay, so because the special prosecutor changed so many times, Dean changed his story depending on what each special prosecutor wanted to hear, and they had documented proof of this and didn't share it with the defense, right? They didn't share that with the defense, which means they violated the Brady Doctrine. Now, the Brady Doctrine is a rule created by the Supreme Court that if the defense has exculpatory evidence, they are required to share it. And it does not matter if they know it's exculpatory or they intentionally don't share it. It doesn't matter. If it comes out afterwards that the prosecution had exculpatory evidence and it was not given to the defense, or the defense did not get access to it due to negligence or intentional decisions made by the prosecution, then you get away. Trial doesn't count. You're free. You can go. Now, because John Dean changed his story for every special prosecutor a little bit to get him whatever they wanted, because he was such a pick-me, he was such a little twerp, he was willing to say whatever they wanted. Because of that, and they had documentation of it, that is reasonable doubt, right? That's the definition of reasonable doubt. The defense it doesn't matter if what he said before is true or if what he said after is true. It doesn't matter. All the defense needs to do is say that it's different then than it is now, and that is reasonable doubt. I mean, it just is reasonable doubt. If you change your story multiple times, depending on what each prosecutor wants to hear, and you present that to a jury, the jury is going to go, oh, that's reasonable doubt. Now, that's if it was a fair jury, which it wasn't, so it didn't matter. But there you go. I hope that one made sense.
The Watergate cover-up failed, and people ran for cover, and there were resignations, and 2 people moved to the fore, and they're on the next slide. And you may not be able to tell, but on your left is Elliot Richardson, and he was named Attorney General, and Archibald Cox, who becomes the first special prosecutor appointed just for Watergate. Elliot Richardson is named as Attorney General because he's not involved at all in Watergate. He's claimed he should be easily confirmed.
I don't remember which of those guys is Elliot Richardson, which of those guys is Archibald Cox. Archibald. This guy is Archibald Cox.
But it turns out he was a very poor choice. He dreamed someday of running for president himself, and he wanted nothing to do with Watergate, because to make a decision was to get involved in a controversy that could inhibit his own political dreams. So he didn't want to be Attorney General. Nixon importuned him.
Archibald is a dope name. There it is. Archibald Asparagus. I'm going to take, my food is almost here, so I'm going to take my dog out. Oh. Is it heading to you? Yeah, my food's almost here, so I'm going to take the dog out, and then I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to take the dog out, grab my food, and then I'll be back, and we can finish, and we can keep going. Finish is a strong word. This video is going to take a while to get through. This is less of a, yeah. Anyway, you guys get it. Nixon won the 1960 election, by the way, too. Chicago cheated. And we have proof of it now, so. There's that. There is that. If you did not know that. If you did not know, Nixon did win the 1960 election.
But Elliott didn't want to be there. So he became what I would describe as the Pontius Pilate of Watergate. He left the field of battle. But before leaving, he was more than happy to turn the investigation over to Archibald Cox. He had been his professor at Harvard Law School, and he was Senator Kennedy's choice to be special prosecutor. And there's a reason why, as it develops.
Senator Ted Kennedy of Chappaquiddick fame. If you don't know what Chappaquiddick is, yeah. Ted Kennedy was driving drunk one night with a lady who was not his wife in the vehicle. He drove off the road into Lake Chappaquiddick. I believe it was Lake Chappaquiddick. Lake Chappaquiddick. Yeah, okay. Yeah, into Lake Chappaquiddick. And he left a lady in the car, and she died. Also, he's related to John. You know, if you know who John is. Yeah, her name was Mary Jo Kopechne. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of. I don't know if you've ever heard of. Heard of his brother. I don't know if you've ever heard of his brother, John F. Kennedy, if you've ever heard of this guy, but he was that guy's brother. And he was the one who wanted Archibald Cox to be the special prosecutor. He also is the guy who borked Robert Bork, which I've talked about before. I don't know if you guys remember Robert Bork. I don't know if you guys remember Robert Bork, but he was the judge appointed by... Is this guy going the wrong way? He was the judge appointed by. This guy's now like going the wrong way. He was the judge who was wanted to be appointed to the Supreme Court by um, Ronald Reagan, and the Democrats didn't like him, and he was one of the first judges ever whose nomination in Senate Judiciary hearings turned into a national spectacle. And this was largely at the behest and direction, and who the ringleader was Ted Kennedy, who gave an infamous speech on the House floor that said if Bork became a Supreme Court justice, that blacks would eat at separate lunch counters, and women would have to do abortions themselves with coat hangers again. Yeah, both of which were obviously not true, and he said it largely because there was a debate and argue. There was because Robert Bork is an opponent of something called a legal doctrine called substantive due process. And that's a story for another time, but substantive due process is largely responsible for most of the terrible Supreme Court decisions of the last 70 to 80 years, and some of them in the 1800s. In fact, the most famous bad Supreme Court decision of the 1800s, Dred Scott, was actually a result of a different an interpretation of a different kind of substantive due process of the Fifth Amendment. Fifth Amendment. Whereas the terrible Supreme Court decisions of the 20th century were a result of substantive due process from the 14th Amendment. All things considered, it seems like a miracle Clarence Thomas got through. Clarence Thomas was specifically able to get through because he was black. And he's also smarter than everyone. And he was very convincing. So there's that.
Archibald Cox was the Triple Crown winner of the Kennedy political dynasty. He'd been a staff aide to Jack Kennedy since 1953. He toured with him on the 1960 presidential campaign. He ran the Academic Brain Trust for President Kennedy. And in the Kennedy administration, he was named Solicitor General.
That's a really good idea. Mysterion, type that into the suggestion box in Discord. Also, I think my food is actually here. I'm looking at the map right now. It says it's actually here. I'm not going to show you the map because I'd show you where I live, so. He drove by my house. I watched him drive past. I don't know what this guy is on. He's driven past twice now. What was the best thing Nixon did as president? The best thing Richard Nixon did as president. His handling of Vietnam was really great, actually. He handled Nam way better than LBJ did. He Spiro Agnew was a great pick as vice president, and Nixon was the president who introduced the adversarial relationship between the media and conservatives. He kind of broke the conservatives used to think that the media was a neutral. That's my food. Oh my gosh, guys. This particular individual could not figure out how to read a house number and called me twice to try to figure out where the house was. Hey, that's my food, not yours. Stop that. This particular individual was the best thing. Was it better that he resigned, or should he have let himself get impeached? I mean, he should have let himself get impeached, because if the Senate trial had gone on, then there would have been nationally televised and nationally paid attention to discovery. The individual's name was Zion. Does that answer your question, Mysterion? I think he should have let himself get impeached, honestly, and gone to a Senate trial. Because then there would have been discovery that would have been nationally televised, and people would have found out how much the Democrats were cheating and making out of nothing. Also, we definitely would have gotten a Pat Buchanan written speech at some point out of that situation, which would have been so cool. Yeah, I think Nixon should have let himself get impeached, honestly. I think he would have probably won the Senate trial. He definitely would have won the Senate trial. There's no way they would have convicted him. And Gerald Ford was hopeless and terrible at everything, so. And the American people would have seen that Nixon was innocent, which would have been good for the Republicans long term. Would have resulted in no Jimmy Carter.
At the Department of Justice. That's the number 3 position. And make no mistake about it, he was a superb Attorney General. But he was from the previous administration. And even when that was over, he was working with Senator Ted Kennedy and helping to staff the senator on his opposition to President Nixon's Supreme Court appointments. And so what you have is the very heart of the opposition becoming head of the group that's going to investigate the presidency. And Elliott did 2 other things. He not only gave full and unreviewed independence to the special prosecutor, but that included the power to investigate both sides. So you had this juxtaposition of them being able to investigate us, but us, the duly elected administration, had no power to investigate them.
Do you guys remember that YouTube video we watched about Justice Scalia's 8 versus 1 dissent on Morrison v. Olson? Do you guys remember that? If anybody recalls that, put 1 in the chat. Thank you. So, this is what this was about. Because Nixon fired Archibald Cox. Saturday Night Massacre. We're going to come to that shortly. But he was able to do that at the time because the Special Prosecutor's Office was just a subsection of DOJ, which the president has control over because the president has control over the executive branch. If you remember, last week I had a full crash out screaming where I was reading the Constitution going... Anyway, you were there. If you remember, that happened last week. I'm sure all of you recall that. So, Congress had to pass a particular law called the Ethics and Governance Act, which established the Special Prosecutor's Office as a subsection of the DOJ not under the executive oversight of the chief executive, the president, which was then challenged in Morrison v. Olson, which is what that video and what Justice Scalia's dissent was about, was that was not a good idea because it was in violation of the Constitution. And just because it seems like it's a good idea doesn't mean that they should do it. That's not the job of the Supreme Court. So that's what's happening here. This is pre-1978 Ethics and Governance Act. So what's going on is that the executive can't investigate them, but he can fire them. And if you guys, I don't know how old all of you are. I know some of you are significantly younger than me, and I know some of you are, I'll say, slightly older than me. And if I don't know if how much you guys remember or were aware of what was happening with Robert Mueller's special prosecutor office during the first Trump term. But if you guys have any idea, if you can picture that, that's what was happening here, where there's just a lot of investigation with no pushback and cooperation with the media, where they were leaking stuff to make the administration look bad, and the whole thing's a mess. But at that time, Nixon had a right to fire Archibald Cox, unlike Trump did not have a right to fire Robert Mueller, even though he tried. And the reason Trump couldn't fire Robert Mueller, even though he tried, was because of the 1978 Ethics and Government Act, which came about because Nixon fired Archibald Cox.
And they announced at their first press conference they had the intent of investigating every single allegation ever made against the Nixon administration. So this was not a happy development, and it got worse. I know you can't read this chart, but I love it. It's reproduced in the back of the book, but not in glorious color. This is the Kennedy-Johnson Department of Justice. And all you need to understand is there are 17 names in red because they joined the special prosecutor's office. You see, they only hired...
Now, this guy right here, this is the special prosecutor, Archibald Cox. Now, interesting fact, Solicitor General, this office, which was at the time, third in command of the DOJ. This office right here that was held by Archibald Cox, which then Archibald Cox became the special prosecutor and was fired. This office was held by another guy we just talked about, Robert Bork. And Robert Bork was the Solicitor General who fired Archibald Cox at the direction of the president after the president fired the Attorney General and the Assistant Attorney General. Pretty interesting.
Their friends, and by some fluke, their friends all turned out to be partisan Democrats who'd worked in the previous administration. So the top 17 lawyers in this supposedly independent and nonpartisan investigation had all worked together before. Now, a couple of them were nominal Republicans, and the press made a huge thing about this, but they were safe Republicans. They already knew them. They'd already worked with them. And what you have, if you're cynical, and I have become somewhat cynical, you have the previous...
This is the same thing as what we would observe today as the strange new respect phenomena, where when a Republican speaks out against Trump or changes or like steps out against him or, goes on media somewhere to talk about something he's doing bad, the media gets this strange new respect for them. You're observing it right now with Marjorie Taylor Greene. But this is an early version of that phenomena. What you would observe now as the strange new respect phenomena is what was happening with these Republicans who were in the special prosecutor's office.
Administration's Department of Justice having wrest prosecutorial power against you, and you can't investigate them. And these were very good lawyers. Don't misunderstand. I'm not criticizing their ability. I'm criticizing their objectivity.
Thomas Massie is another one who's
so
doing it
here,
right now.
in the next picture, this is a group shot of the special prosecutor's office. This is on the courthouse steps. It's a big group. It grew to be 100 people. Okay? Now, only 60, counting turnover, were lawyers. But this doesn't count the IRS and the FBI investigators they could harness. Again, we can't harness any of them because they've got the investigatory responsibility. I would submit to you that no institution, no business.
Now, here's the other legal problem, is that we're not just talking about, oh, we couldn't investigate them and we were under investigation. The problem here is that the people that the Special Prosecutor's Office is investigating is the chief executive, which means that if they did break any rules or laws, the chief executive was not allowed to execute the law against them. He wasn't even allowed to look into executing the law against them.
No charity, certainly no White House, could withstand a determined inquiry by their opponents without budget or time constraints. This is, if you'll forgive the analogy, this is like having 100 mothers-in-law who don't like you. And they're going through everything you have. They want your old love letters, they want your bank accounts, they want everything that you have. And you've got no place to hide. You have no way to defend yourself. So, as you might imagine, I get some water at this point. Yes, I'm going to have to duck soon. And I didn't drop the microphone. So, as you might imagine, the White House screamed foul. Ron Ziegler, the president's press secretary, said, well, these are zealots. These are people out to get us. And so what the special prosecutor decided to do was to write a public letter back to Ziegler saying, you know, this is bad form. You shouldn't attack us. We're just honest, forthright citizens. And I'm going to read you the key paragraph in that letter. And this was signed by Leon Jaworski, the new special prosecutor who replaced Archibald Cox. When I first assumed this task, I'd been forewarned, based on rumor to be sure, that there were those in the special prosecutor's office who were zealots, determined to achieve their own end regardless of truth. I'm now prepared to assure you, after a month of close association with the staff, this suspicion is totally unfounded. I've worked daily with my principal subordinates, reviewing data being assembled, additional sources to explore, recommendations to consider, and action to be taken. In my experience at the bar, I found no group who as a whole are more objective, more fair-minded, and more dedicated to a search for truth than this unusual group of talented lawyers. Should I find any among them who do not meet these qualifications of fairness and objectivity, I would not hesitate to dismiss them. Now, we call this praise. This is high praise for a group of talented people. But it turns out Leon Jaworski didn't draft this letter. He'd only been there a month. This was drafted for him by the staff. And it turns out to be kind of a litmus test, you know.
Bruh. Dude, they wrote the letter and were like, hey, we're super chill. Sign this. It's the thing that says we're super chill.
Oh, buddy, you're new.
Super chill and fuck you over. I need water. Water or Diet Coke? Diet Coke. I need a Diet Coke. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Does anybody have any questions? Is anybody lost? Literally, I was about to make the skinny person drinking Diet Coke joke. Yeah. I think I am the only skinny person who ever drinks Diet Coke. That's okay, Mr. President. I'll be the exception that proves the rule. I'm not skinny because I'm not skinny for lack of trying, you know. I feel like I eat a lot. I don't eat that healthy. I feel like I should weigh a lot more than I do.
Are you with us, or are you with our opponents? We tried to do that to Bill Baribault when he took over the foundation, but he wouldn't play. So this is the public is assured this is all on the up and up. Okay? Now, we ask ourselves, what did Leon Jaworski really think about this staff that was assembled by Archibald Cox and these other two other Harvard law professors? What did he really think? Well, I happen to find a document in the files that helps us. This is the end of an exchange of 4 letters between Leon Jaworski and his deputy, Hank Ruth. And I'm only taking one paragraph out of it, but it's key. So this is how he concludes the memo. Now let me address myself to the general tenor of your memorandum, which reflects an attitude I've discussed with you before, the subjective conviction that the president must be reached at all costs. Now, it's not in italics, you understand, in the memo. I just wanted to be sure you didn't miss that phrase. It's also reflected in your references to St. Clair's letter. St. Clair was a president's defense lawyer. He stated nothing that you should not expect in all fairness. What is of some concern to me are the discussions, plans, and understandings had and reached between staff members prior to any discussion with me. This results in convictions already being formed. And frankly, under these circumstances, the meetings are of no use to me. It's not even worth it for me to meet with my staff because you've had pre-meetings and you've all gotten together to decide what you're going to tell me. I'm not getting opinions, I'm getting conclusions that are all uniform. The stubborn fact remains that we must be alert not to give support to White House charges that have been leveled against the staff. Perhaps it is too late to get objective opinions from others. So I'll do the best I can making the decisions for which I, not the staff, will be held responsible. Now, you couldn't find a clearer denunciation of the lack of objectivity of his staff. And I'm not making this stuff up. This is his own memo. Now, we didn't know about this. This is one of the memos that he took with him when he left. So the public is told, reassured, and the media jumps on.
Dude, this is... In other words... right-wing conspiracy proved correct again, but this time it took 50 years instead of 6 months because there wasn't the internet. It was on physical paper. Yeah.
Reassured this is totally objective. All they're after is a search for the truth when their own leader confirms, in I think the most dramatic language, I couldn't have drafted better language, of what's really going on. It is a bunch of zealots. They are out to get the president and his top aides. So what did they do? This is just the veneer on the top of what's going on. Well, there was something else going on behind the curtain. And I try to illustrate it in this slide. This is Judge Sirica in the center. He was the trial judge. And it says Sirica's secret meetings. And the bottom says ex parte. That's the Latin way you say secret meetings. And these are 6 of the people that he met with before and during the course of Watergate.
Sirica was the judge overseeing the trial of H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman, which, if you'll recall, were the President Nixon's top 2 aides.
Trials. 3 of them, center bottom, Earl Silbert, next to the left, Archibald Cox, and at the top, Leon Jaworski, are all special prosecutors. The other 3 are interested parties with interests that are adverse to the Nixon administration. On your left,
Buddy, this is bad PowerPoint for 2015. So this is the judge in charge of, being an impartial judge of what's going on. And he has met with all of these people without the presence of defense counsel. Very illegal. Very, very illegal.
Is Sam Dash, chief counsel of the Irvin Committee. He's not supposed to be meeting with the judge. On your upper right is Edward Bennett Williams. He's public enemy number 1 for the Nixon White House. He's counsel to the Democratic National Committee that's suing them for the break-in. And he's counsel to the Washington Post, whose articles are ripping them from side to side. But he happens to be a close friend of Judge Sirica. Now, they'll tell you.
This part is insane. I could not believe that this was true. I was shocked. This shocked me. Which he has a whole chapter on this, so I don't know how long he's going to go on about this, about Edward Williams and Judge Sirica, but this is crazy, dude.
If they come out to fight, they'll tell you that Judge Sirica was appointed by President Eisenhower, so he's a Republican. They won't tell you that Edward Bennett Williams was his career mentor, that both Mr. Williams and his wife were godparents to Sirica's daughter, or that Sirica was so close to him he wouldn't allow Williams to argue cases in front of him as judge because they were so tight. But
so the lawyer and chief counsel for the Washington Post who was also the lawyer and chief counsel for the Democrat National Committee. Was so close with the judge overseeing the criminal trial that he was the godfather of the judge's children.
Edward Bennett Williams can go meet with him secretly to work out problems. And the final is a gentleman you don't know named Clark.
Okay, work out problems. He's not going to talk about this, so I'm going to tell you this. This is crazy. Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, who were the two guys who were writing the Watergate stories, they were the guys in contact with Deep Throat, who was the guy supposedly the behind-the-scenes FBI investigator. They illegally contacted multiple members of the grand jury who was going to be doing the indictments of Woodward, Bernstein, and not Woodward and Bernstein, of H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman. And Woodward and Bernstein illegally contacted multiple members of this jury. They were reporters for the Washington Post, whose chief counsel was the godfather to the judge's children, the judge who was overseeing that, who, when that grand jury would come back with an indictment, would later go on to assign the case to himself. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense? I might have to do that again. All right. So, dude, this is why I should have ordered that white. I ordered the whiteboard. We'll be able to do this better next time. But Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein are reporters for the Washington Post. They contact members of the grand jury who are at the time doing the hearings to indict H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman. Now, it's very illegal to contact members of the grand jury and attempt to get information out of them about the grand jury. It would invalidate the grand jury and the indictments. Now, instead of holding, and often results in contempt of court charges and jail time. Instead of that happening, what it did happen is the chief counsel for the Washington Post, who was the godfather of that judge's children, met with him secretly without the presence of defense counsel to smooth it over. That same lawyer who was meeting with the judge was also the chief counsel of the DNC, who was suing the Nixon administration for the break-ins. Then the judge, rather than holding the two reporters who broke the law and contacted the grand jury, rather than holding them in contempt or giving them any jail time or any fines at all, he scolded generally all of the reporters in front of everyone else, just a general, hey guys, you can't contact grand jury reporters. Don't do that. I don't know if anybody's done that. No name naming, no, just don't do that. And that was all that came of it.
Molinoff, he was an investigative reporter before Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. And he's an interesting case. He convinced President Nixon that what the incoming administration needed was an ombudsman, a reporter, an investigative reporter who could smell out scandal before it blew up in their face. And why not someone who didn't like him, who could be there and warn him? And Nixon hired him, and he became special counsel to the president. But then President Nixon tired of him because Clark had so many opinions on so many things that didn't have anything to do with those topics. And he got frozen out, and he didn't get to see the president as often as Clark thought he should. And he blamed John Ehrlichman and Bob Haldeman for cutting off his access. And he leaves in a huff 10 months later. He goes back to reporting, and he becomes the fiercest critic of the Nixon White House. He happened to be a close friend of Judge Sirica. So as Watergate starts to unwind, this man with the color of inside information goes and meets with Sirica to tell him how he thought things had come down. Now, this is classic violation of due process. If you happen to find yourself in court and you happen to be accused of some crime, your accuser has to come into court and face you under oath. They don't get to whisper in the judge's ear on the side. I mean, that's kind of what the Sixth Amendment says. But that's not what Clark Molinoff did. Clark Molinoff met with a judge on the side to convince him to do certain things. So the book details all of these secret meetings. Then we say, okay, the fix was in. What did they do to President Nixon, and what did they do to his top aides? Now, you've got to remember, President Nixon never came to trial, so they have to be divided in how you handle them. Here's what the documents show they did to President Nixon. Remember, in Jaworski's memo, he says this effort to reach Nixon at all costs. Well, the prosecutors secretly assured the court and the Congress that Nixon had personally ordered payment of Howard Hunt's blackmail demands. They secretly assured the grand jurors, and the grand jurors promptly named Nixon in their indictment as a co-conspirator.
Okay. This is the smoking gun tape that they're saying that it had this stuff in it. Now, keep in mind, the guy speaking right now was the third person to ever hear the smoking gun tape, right?
They secretly assured the staff of the House Judiciary Committee, and they promptly recommended that Nixon be impeached. Now, we didn't know they were saying this because they did it in secret, so we couldn't rebut it. And you only learn about it if you go into the documents and you see the documents and you see what they were prepared to say to the grand jury and what they did say to the House Judiciary Committee staff. The difficulty is that, in fact, President Nixon did no such thing. And when these people went to prove it, now remember, Nixon is not on trial in the cover-up trial. He's already resigned. But this was their only effort to get him, so they sought to prove this theory in the cover-up trial. And as you'll get into the book, The Real Watergate Scandal, it documents how their own witnesses wouldn't go that way. And the words out of their own witnesses' mouths unproved this allegation. But we didn't know about the allegation. You didn't know about the allegation because it was rendered in secret. So they just traipsed right on off. They'd successfully driven him from office, and we're none the wiser.
So the American people and the Nixon's counsel were unaware that the special prosecutor's office had made these allegations in secret. So they were unaware that these were the grounds for certain impeachment proceedings and parts of the trial, which meant they were unable to defend themselves from it, and they had successfully pushed him from office by suggesting it to the American people. However, the American people just believed that the Congress and the media wouldn't lie, and this resulted in Nixon resigning, which is why I said earlier that I think probably the best thing Nixon ever did is the press is the enemy. 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 The establishment is the enemy. The professors are the enemy. The professors are the enemy. Write that on the blackboard 100 times and never forget it. Richard Nixon, December 14th, 1972. That's probably the best thing Richard Nixon ever did. Is Richard Nixon taught the Republican core that the press was their enemy.
So that's what they did to our president. What did they do to the staff? Now remember, the president's resigned. The trial starts in October after the August resignation. This weekend is the anniversary of the resignation. The cover-up trial starts in October. But the prosecutors know they need convictions, because if somebody by some fluke gets acquitted, then there will be questions about what was going on. But if they could say, nah, everybody was convicted, and these guys were convicted on all counts, then it stops criticism. It certainly bottled me up until a couple of years ago. So here's what they did to the staff. First, you'll like these phrases, the fix was in. Prosecutors met in secret with a judge to work out issues and procedures.
White House, Watergate Special Prosecution. Watergate Special Prosecution. Faggots. I don't know.
In advance of trial. Absolute no-no. If any hint of this had come out, the judge would have been off that case so fast it'd make your head spin. If it came out shortly after they were convicted, convictions would have been thrown out. There may have been another trial, but the convictions would have been thrown out. The dice were loaded. Now, any trial lawyer will tell you that a jury trial is a roll of the dice. You don't know what the jury might do. But this jury had loaded dice. It was both tainted by the massive pretrial publicity on Watergate,
Levi wants a
and it was
second
politically
dinner, and I'm
biased.
not giving it to
This
him.
is
I
the
gave
District
him
of
one
Columbia
last
is a
night,
very
so
unique
ignore it.
jurisdiction. The voter pool,
Very
the registered
sad.
voters, which is where the jury pool is drawn from, consistently returns
feel bad
80%
about it,
Democratic
but I gave him a
majorities
second dinner last
in
night,
office.
so he definitely can't have it
You
tonight.
can't take a group from there in a prominent Republican case and expect a fair trial. But that's what they did. They fought and they agreed with the judge how to do that. And finally, the deck was stacked. This borders on incredulity. The chief prosecutor, head prosecutor, met with the chief judge of the appellate panel and explained how to stack the deck on the appeal so that liberal control would be maintained. You must understand that Judge Sirica was the most reversed judge in the D.C. Circuit before Watergate. And he was reversed because he didn't seem to pay attention to defendants' rights. Archibald Cox became concerned that Sirica would blow it at trial because he was so eager to secure convictions.
So, this dummy was so bad that he got overturned more than anyone else because he ignored defendants' rights. But then he assigned himself this case. Yeah. So Archibald Cox went and met with the appellate judge, who would the chief justice of the appellate court, or the chief judge of the D.C. appellate court, who would hear any appeals from Sirica.
Archibald Cox was right. So he went to the appellate court and said, I tell you how we can avoid him getting reversed. You need to maintain liberal control on the appeals. Now, you got to read the book to see how that was done. But that's nothing short of incredible. Nothing short of the corruption, the collusion wasn't just at trial. It went to the appellate court.
So they voted the liberal bloc. The majority of the judges, I don't remember the exact number, the majority of the judges on appeal voted as a block. And then none of them signed their name, so it was unclear who had written decisions. None of the liberals signed their names, so none of them were responsible for the upholding of certain decisions, which meant that none of them were ever held responsible or could be held responsible because it's unclear who wrote those opinions.
So what do we know? Well, this is where we started. Much of what you've been told about Watergate's untrue. President Nixon was driven from office by false representations of highly partisan Democratic prosecutors who colluded with both trial and appellate judges. Bob Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, John Mitchell were denied any semblance of a fair trial. The fix was in, the dice were loaded, the deck was stacked. So what? You know, it's 40 years, so they cheated. This is Hillary's question on Benghazi. What difference at this point does it make? Well, I will tell you what difference it makes. Thank you. I will tell you what difference it makes. They cheated, they got red-handed, and there have to be consequences. And that's what the book starts. There have to be consequences because those who do not learn from history.
Dude, do we have any line like that today? Like, has politics changed so much in the last 10 years? Like, you used to just be able to say Hillary Benghazi, Hillary emails, and get, like, some applause. Do we have anything like that? Do we have anything like that that remotely approaches that, where you can just say the thing and people applaud? I'm trying to think. It's just a weird phenomenon. I remember that happening, but it's just it's so foreign to me now that I'm trying to think if it still happens in any way. I really don't think it does. Like, all he had to do was say Hillary, Benghazi, and people started clapping. It's like the, you remember the Family Guy joke? You guys remember the joke in Family Guy where Lois goes up, like, on stage? She's running for, like, mayor or something.
Try giving short, simple answers.
Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
A lot. Because that's what Jesus wants. 9/11 was bad.
I agree with that. What are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
What about our traffic problem?
9/11.
9/11. 9/11 was bad. It's literally like, yeah, you are right, Donald. The Democrats do this. If you're like Donald Trump, Russia. If you do Donald Trump, Russia, you could still get Democrats to clap. That's how behind they are. I gotta get these bangs like. You gotta get these bangs style, dude. Because the 90s heartthrob bangs right around the eyes are working for me, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the rest of the single men in the world. I have found my haircut that actually does work for me, and it's the 90s heartthrob. And you are all doomed. I will have your girl. You're probably not the joke to be making this week, but it's the one I made. So there's that. Good evening, AJK. I'm glad you're here.
Are doomed to repeat it. And this applies to liberals and conservatives alike, because if it was done to Republicans in a time of intense political conflict, if our Bill of Rights could not withstand political pressure, it could be done to Democrats next time out. If the rules don't apply to some, then they don't apply to all.
This is keep in mind, this is 2015 when we still thought the rule of law was possibly savable. I don't know how this gentleman would feel in 2025. He was recently on Tucker. But I mean, you guys know how I feel about the rule of law. I think the rule of law is over, and we should stop playing around and fucking around and pretending about it. It's just over. We should just... I mean, I want to get rid of voting, so there's that. I mean, I've been very open about this. I don't know if he'd still be that way today. I think he's probably seen enough to understand that we have to use it because they have used it. And they're not stopping. We've given them multiple opportunities to stop. Hi, Levi. I'm sorry you can't have second dinner. I know. I'm sorry. I know you're mad, but you're going to forget about this and tomorrow morning and like me again, so I'm okay with this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think that most people have kind of matured in this, and I think somebody who was involved with Watergate especially will have matured. And he probably understands the danger of what these people will do if you don't punch him back in the face.
The theory of a fair trial. Most Americans will tell you that even the most despised criminal deserves a fair trial. We give them a fair trial and then we hang them. It's very, very simple. But they get a fair trial. And these people were consistently denied a fair trial. So what do we want? Well, we want the cover-up verdicts to be vacated. They're hopelessly tainted. And that shouldn't be that hard, not after my book has come out. And the second thing, we want the truth. Let's get the truth out about Watergate. Now, I went to Whittier College, Dick and I together, and Hubert, 30 years apart. If you go in the main administration building, there's a quote from John Greenleaf Whittier carved into the mantle. Early hath life's mighty question thrilled within thy heart of youth, with a deep and strong beseeching, what and where is truth? And that's what we're asking for, the truth about Watergate. Now, Harvard also, their slogan is truth. It being Harvard, it's put in Latin. It's veritas. But we should join together in this search of truth. And what does it mean? Well, there's documents still to come out. The Ervin Committee and the House Judiciary Committee sealed all of their reports. It's what you do in an investigation, because you don't want to ruin reputations of innocent people. So they seal the records for 50 years. Well, I'm not going to be around when these things get unsealed, and we'd like them unsealed now so people who know what they're doing can look through and see, was the special prosecutor really giving grand jury information to the House Judiciary Committee? Was the special prosecutor feeding questions to the Ervin Committee?
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was doing that.
We deserve to know that. Secondly, perhaps more importantly, we need a judicial investigation. It's the reputation of the D.C. courts that's so besmirched. John Sirica is a disgrace to the federal judiciary. The book documents corruption and collusion within the court. The court should be
that
asked
guy needs to go to prison,
investigate
by
and
the
clean
way.
up its own mess.
This book he's talking about, I listened to this whole book today. John Sirica is by far the most corrupt federal judge I've maybe in the history of this country. I don't think there's a guy who beats him. I really don't. This guy was having special meetings, like private meetings, in secret, with the prosecutor arguing this case in front of him. And I know he said that a couple times, and he keeps saying it. But I want to make clear, the judge was telling the prosecutor how to go about prosecuting the trial most effectively. That is so illegal. Like, so incredibly illegal.
People still around who were involved in those ex parte meetings, they should be called to account under oath to discuss what happened. Now when Ted Stevens was falsely convicted, not all that long ago, the lead witness changed his testimony in the course of the hands of the prosecutors. The FBI, after he was convicted, an FBI agent blew the whistle. The court looked into it, and the court appointed its own special investigator, and he issued a 300-page report just ripping the Department of Justice apart for the way they cheated in convicting Ted Stevens. Now, they couldn't give him back his Senate seat. We can't give President Nixon back his presidency. But the court should be called upon to launch this investigation. And finally, the grand jury transcripts. The grand jury transcripts are sealed, but there are exceptions. They're sealed forever. But there are exceptions for historic purposes. And if you look back, and I have, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg's testimony was unsealed. Alger Hiss's testimony was unsealed by order of the court. Richard Nixon's grand jury testimony was unsealed for historic purposes by order of the court. The court should unseal the Watergate grand jury testimony.
That's a
we
good
should
one.
learn.
We should do
I
that.
tell you the documents.
Does that happen? Watergate grand jury testimony. I'm going to Google that. Watergate grand jury testimony unseal. Just Nixon's. It's just Nixon's. Yeah, it's just Nixon.
Suggest what they said. But what they said is on record. It's at National Archives. I can't get to it, but the court can. The court can unseal. How did they convince the grand jury to name Nixon as a co-conspirator? There's a news article from one grand juror saying they took a straw vote. You aren't supposed to have straw votes. Same juror told the newspaper a prosecutor was in the room when they took the vote. You can't do that. There's a lot of grand jury abuse that's covered up because it stays sealed forever. Let's unseal the grand jury transcripts and see what they did to our president and to our people. And finally, and I warned my close friends, America owes Richard Nixon an apology. Okay? I'm willing, I was there. They will say, well, you're just a Nixon apologist. But that's not true.
I am. I'm a Nixon apologist. Yo, wait. That's a goated. Hold on. That's goated, dude. Real-time X edits? Yeah, I wanted to do it in front of you guys. I thought that would be really funny to edit it in front of you guys. Mother Angelica. I need 3. What's the third? What's the third? What's the third? What's the third? Fernando Mendoza. Enjoyer. I feel like that's pretty based. That's a based. I think that's based. Do you guys want to see a secret? Voted best streamer named Thursday. That's a good one. You guys want to see a secret? I threw this into my about section, which is the longer bio. I prompt injected Grok in my about section. Really good idea. I don't know if it's working or not, but it is funny. I thought it was funny to do it, so I just left it. It's been like that since November. Okay, back to the video.
It's Nixon who should be apologized to. I'm willing to debate anywhere, anytime, the stuff that's in my book. Let's see if somebody wants to come out and defend the indefensible. So that's where we are. What should you do? Okay? Well, I'd like you to read the book. It would be nice if you bought it, but you can borrow it. You can read the book. Don't just put it on the shelf. There's all kinds of things in that book. And you can go on my website, which is shown up here, jeffshepard.com, and there's other essays about Watergate. There's other news about the book. At some point, not too far in the future, I've discovered additional information, and I'll post it on my website. Discuss this with your friends. Don't let this go away. Tell your kids. It's not hard to understand what I've put in that book.
All right, who in here has a child? Who in here has a child that they will tell Richard Nixon was innocent? I should text my best friend. Tell your children Richard Nixon was innocent. Bro, tell your kids. Who in here has a child? We have to tell a child. Listen, chat, we don't have an option. We have to tell a child. Is anybody here? Bueller? 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 Just find a child. Find a child and tell them Richard Nixon was innocent. Everyone go outside right now at 11 p.m. Eastern time and walk around till you find a child and then say to that child, Richard Nixon did nothing wrong. Tell your parents and then run away. This will not go poorly. I've got something weird's happening in my group chat, dude. What happened? What's going on? Hold on. I gotta look at this. Well, yeah, you're in seminary. Bruh. All right. My friends were talking. All right, I will change the names. I'll change the names. My friends were talking about someone named John. Somebody in the chat is named John. And I thought John had done something that he was then explaining himself for. But they were talking about a different guy named John. We should incorporate Nixon was innocent into OCIA class. Now, this is an interesting proposal. This is an interesting proposal. We should consider this. We should file this one away. File that one away, chat. File away for later. File away for later. That John is file away for later. That we need to include Nixon was innocent in OCIA.
If you know any lawyers, and there's lots of us around, ask them about what I've disclosed. I don't think you'll find even liberal lawyers coming out and say, oh, that's a harmless error, don't worry about things. He was guilty anyway. That's not our system. Our system is come into court, prove your case. We have rules of evidence, we have right of cross-examination. Let's go see. When they tried it, they couldn't do it. You've been very kind. I appreciate your coming. I thank you. I think I have time for some questions before we go to some.
Now, Kathnat, as much as I like that, it might be in violation of all of the codes of canon law. Also, I just want to point out that this is interlaced footage and it was not de-interlaced, which is literally a one-button click in any video editor and has been for the last 20 years. And that makes me angry. And you will still see interlaced footage uploaded without de-interlacing from government websites and government agencies in the big 2026. And it pisses me off, dude.
Books.
You guys are getting real close to crossing the line. I'm just gonna let you guys figure out.
Thank you, Jeff. We have our first question on your center left.
Thank you very much. An enlightening lecture tonight. I'm a member of the media, but I'm also a volunteer docent here at the Nixon Library. And I want to know what your thoughts are on the special prosecutor law. It was disposed of in 1999 after the Clinton follies, and I want to know what you think about it being an answer to some of these really tough questions that we have, legal questions, with respect to corruption in government.
I have three thoughts, which aren't necessarily consistent. Lawyers always answer in thirds. The special prosecutor law, which was enacted as a Watergate reform after Nixon. Nixon's was a special prosecutor. This is the independent prosecutor law. It was great fun when used against Republicans. But when it was used against President Clinton under Ken Starr, it turned out not to be so much fun, and it was quietly allowed to expire. So you don't have one today. I happen to think it's unconstitutional. It is a gift of the prosecutorial power, and Article 2 says The president is responsible that the laws be faithfully executed. And it doesn't have an asterisk that says, except for criminal investigations of his administration, there is a right to impeach. The Supreme Court has ruled the other way. There's this delightful case called Morrison v. Olson, where Ted Olson, you may know him, he was Solicitor General.
Guys, I'm smart. I know what I'm talking about. I got this stuff. The 60s and the 70s and the 60s and the 70s politics, I know that ball. I know I'm a ball knower. I know ball, okay? I'm a ball knower. Bro's talking about a thing I talked about 5 minutes into this. I said, this is important. It's going to come up later. I know ball.
Our Solicitor General, and there was an independent prosecutor appointed, and Ted said, unconstitutional. You can't ask me questions. And the circuit court, it's going to take a minute, so just keep calm. We'll get to you. The circuit...
My bad. I should have calmed down. My bad, Jeff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jeff. Jeff telling me to calm down. Damn. Sorry, Jeff. That's on me. By the way, you know who was a certified ball knower? You know who was a certified ball knower? To a degree that everyone who knew him was like, that guy's a ball knower? Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon knew ball. I'm not kidding you. He loved football.
The court said, you're right, it's an unconstitutional delegation. Brilliant opinion. And it was appealed to the Supreme Court, and they ruled 7-1 against. And Bill Rehnquist, my Bill Rehnquist, wrote the opinion. And he said it's not much of an intrusion into the president's powers. I happened to run into Justice Scalia, and I'd worked with him when I was on the White House staff, shortly after that decision. And I went up to him and I said, not entirely tongue-in-cheek, I'm really disappointed in the decision. And he said, I dissented, Jeff. And I said, yes, but Nino, we didn't put you on the court for your vote alone. We put you on the court because you were supposed to influence other justices. He was not amused. He sat down. But in an interview, not 5 years ago, he was asked about what...
It was Scalia. It was Scalia, 7-1. We watched this video. I think we've watched this video twice on the channel, so I won't watch it again. But it's an excellent video. It's by the Federalist Society. It's Morrison v. Olson. The Great Dissent. This video right here.
Because I think it's one of the most important opinions that...
Morrison v. Olson. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kennedy. Oh yeah, Kennedy recused. Kennedy recused. Coach Lombardi, my favorite break from seminary. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. There are 2 seminarians watching. Bet. Look, I need you boys, all right? Listen. I need you seminary boys, when you teach in Sunday school, to tell them kids that Nixon was innocent. Jeff Shepard has asked us to tell children that Richard Nixon was innocent. And we follow orders. Why did he recuse? I don't know. That's a good question. That is something. As much as I talk about Morrison v. Olson, the fact that I don't know that is weird. I thought you knew ball, SMH. Certified ball, not knower. Why did Kennedy recuse? Oh, he joined. Oh, damn. I should have known that one. Joined the Supreme Court last week. Disqualified himself in one of the most momentous cases the court has faced in years. Challenged by the Reagan administration and others, constitutionality, special prosecution, just would not disclose that reason for this action. Public information said today, just Kennedy decision to recuse himself was reported. Not known. Yeah, I guess. I guess it was, I guess we don't know. It does seem like it was I literally just got here. It seems like it was an incredibly complicated, incredibly important case, and he had just gotten there. Another possibility, and Supreme Court justices are not required to say why they're recusing, but another possibility is that because he was raised from a lower court very quickly after, is that he had had some deliberation or assistance in either one side or the other, or spoken with the lower court judge about the case in a way that would have made his presiding over it at the higher level improper. That seems like the most likely possibility. If I had to guess, since we don't know, and it's like I just got here last week, what seems likely is that maybe the appellate court or a judge lower down the ladder had spoken with Justice Kennedy about it in some manner prior to that. I hope that makes sense. I hope what I'm saying makes sense.
Case in his entire career on the Supreme Court was he most disappointed in? And he said, it's this very obscure case called Morrison v. Olson, because I think it was so wrongly decided. Well, I think if the court had known what's in my book, what's in the real Watergate scandal, the decision wouldn't come down the way it was. So I would love to have an independent prosecutor investigate Democrats, any Democrats, you know. But it's no fair. Imagine what we'd uncover. But it's unconstitutional. It shouldn't be done. You could appoint a dedicated prosecutor under the rules of the Department of Justice, not one with total and unreviewed independence. See, that was the key to the special prosecutor that did us in and to the independent prosecutor statute. The Attorney General could say, I'm too close to do a fair investigation. I'm going to bring somebody in, but he's still going to report within the Department of Justice. So I think I've answered all around your question for you. Over here.
Thanks, Jeff. It's a great book, great lecture here. You had high praise for Earl Silbert in your book.
I do.
And so I have a question that comes kind of from that particular angle.
Who the heck is Earl Silbert? I've never even heard of that guy. Oh. This guy doesn't get talked a lot about in the book, so.
Let's assume that all of the prosecutors were Earl Silbert quality, Earl Silbert ethical quality. Let's assume all the judges up and down were Earl Silbert quality. Let's assume that the House Judiciary Committee was Earl Silbert quality, and that there was no resignation, no pardon. What charges, if any, against President Nixon do you think could have gotten through impeachment and possibly conviction, indictment, possibly conviction, again, assuming an Earl Silbert quality situation?
Well, let's help you with Earl Silbert for just a second. Earl Silbert is the principal assistant U.S. attorney in the District of Columbia. He's a career prosecutor, graduate of Harvard Law School, long-term employee of the Department of Justice, and he's over trying cases, prosecuting. He and his team, there were two others, did the original investigation of the Watergate break-in, and they broke the cover-up. And they got promptly fired in lieu of the special prosecutor who was brought in by the Democrats. So their reward for breaking the cover-up, and I mean, these are good prosecutors, and they followed the case right down the line.
So you have to keep in mind that we have two trials happening simultaneously. The one that's super corrupt is the one that over the cover-up. Silber is just a guy who just is, he's only prosecuting the people who did the, like, physically broke into the building.
And I count Earl as a close friend. I just think he's one of the very few unsung heroes of Watergate. Well, what if everybody had been objective? What if there were no politics? Well, good luck. What if there were no politics in your family? What if there were no politics in your company? We're human beings. Politics is part of the warp and woof. What if we got a fair trial? Okay, I mean, I could go there. And the answer, then we divide them. You asked about Nixon. I want to talk about those convicted in an actual trial. A fair trial would have been held outside of the District of Columbia. You'd move it to Richmond or to Baltimore, and you'd get a fairer trial. You'd get a different makeup of the jury. You would not have Judge Sirica. And you have to understand the District of Columbia is this diamond 10 miles on a side. You're no place in the district where you can't walk 5 miles and cross the state line. But you also cross into the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which was a much more conservative court of appeals, so you would have gotten a fair judge, you would have gotten a fair shot at appeal. Now, it comes down to John Dean's word against these other guys. And of course, the defense would have learned he changed his testimony. I don't know if under those bases, whether they would all have been convicted on all counts, or whether one or more of them would have been acquitted. But this is like a sports game where somebody cheated. You don't say, well, we're going to leave it in the record books because we think they would have won anyway. You throw it out, because once cheating has been shown, that's it. You don't inquire further. It's the same thing with the courts. There would have been retrials if they were alive. They're dead. The only response is those verdicts have to be vacated. Now, quickly to President Nixon, you get down to the tapes. And I didn't talk about the tapes because you can get lost in the tapes. I transcribed a whole lot of the tapes. They're ambiguous. If you will forgive the analogy, and I'm careful about using this, they're like the Bible. You can take something out of the Bible and prove whatever you want to prove. Watergate was a serious problem, and it grows, and there are discussions on the tapes. There's clearly an effort to protect themselves politically. At what point does fighting to protect yourself politically slop over into obstruction of justice? Now, if you go in the book...
Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, hold on. I missed this somehow.
Obstruction of justice is a thought crime. Perjury is a thought crime. Conspiracy is a thought crime.
He didn't talk about this. Okay, I'm going to talk about this because he didn't talk about it in the lecture. Okay, so Richard Nixon was an unindicted co-conspirator in this case. Now, unindicted co-conspirator means that he means that they were assuming his state of mind. And this is normally a thing used for mob trials, but what that means is that there's an exception to the hearsay rule, okay? There's a rule that you can't use hearsay in a testimony, right? I can't put Mysterion on the stand, and Mysterion can't say, AJK Penguin said, ba. That's hearsay. Not allowed to do that. However, if Mysterion, if AJK Penguin is an unindicted co-conspirator in the case, and Mysterion is my star witness, then Mysterion can say, I heard AJK Penguin said da-da-da-da-da, because it's considered a hearsay exception of party opponents, because they're part of the party opponent once they're involved in a conspiracy together. So, by making Richard Nixon an unindicted co-conspirator in the case, what the prosecutors of this case did, what the special prosecutors did, is they effectively were able to try Nixon for this conspiracy publicly, and in the public square, they were able to try him in the eye of the public, without having him there to defend himself or have any defense counsel or have any of him call any witnesses. Now, what he's talking about here is that conspiracy or perjury or obstruction of justice are actually, like we talk about, oh, that's a thought crime, but those are actually thought crimes because they're crimes relying entirely upon the mental state of the accused. There's no, physical action happening which is provably criminal, right? If I kill someone, you can speculate as to my mental state because I've killed someone. But if you're saying I'm obstructing justice, because you can charge someone with obstructing justice or perjury if you could, in theory, if you could prove that they lied when they said, I don't recall. You can charge someone with conspiracy if you can say, well, they were conspiring to do this thing. But if they just had the same goal and the goal was political salvaging of a PR crisis, that's not a huge problem, honestly, is it? Like, do we really think that that's a problem? Is salvaging a PR crisis? No. But if you convince a jury that what they're doing is not PR salvaging, but is actually criminal obstruction of justice, and then you get the president to be involved in it somehow, he's now an unindicted co-conspirator, and you can have your star witness, James Dean, who was a White House council member. You can have him use hearsay statements as to the president, which then, in the public square, amounts to trying the president for a crime that he did not commit and you cannot actually prove. The law is literally meaningless. It can mean whatever you want, whenever you want. Actually, yes. In Watergate, the law was meaningless. It meant whatever they wanted it, when they wanted it to. Unironically, yes.
Crime. Well, what's a thought crime? It requires the jury to get inside your mind to find guilt. If the jury doesn't happen to like you, that becomes pretty easy. But it's almost impossible to defend yourself against those kinds of charges in an adverse jury group. So take President Nixon. He doesn't control the House. Both the House and the Senate are about 2/3 Democratic, but lots of the people in the House are Southern Democrats and they're conservative and they happen to be committee chairmen, so he's got a fair shot. Jerry Ziefman, who wrote one of the early books, Without Honor, The Crimes of Camelot and the Impeachment of Richard Nixon, maintains that if Manny Sellers, a very renowned congressman from New York, had still been head of judiciary, this never would have gotten off the ground. It was only Rodino who was new and didn't control his committee. There was a very close question on whether they were really going to recommend impeachment, even under the circumstances. I maintain, and it's not the time to go into it, but I maintain there's nothing on the tapes that's unambiguous that shows Nixon knew. I don't like to cite John Dean's book, but it came out last year, and he says, look, there's hints, but Nixon didn't understand the problem until I went in on March 21st and told him what was going on. And even when he first approached the prosecutors, Dean comes in and says, I tried to tell him on March 21st, and he didn't get it. So I think you can make a strong case that Nixon's, he's trying to figure stuff out, and other stuff he doesn't want to figure out. He doesn't want to go there. He's running the country. But I don't think he knew what was going on until he was told about the blackmail, and then I believe his answer to the blackmail, and I think it's in the tapes. Other people read the words differently. But he says, the way to beat Hunt is us to disclose this first, then he can't blackmail us. And he tells his staff that very evening, you're going in front of the Irvin Committee, and I'm not going to claim executive privilege. Now, if that had happened, if John Dean hadn't run off, if he hadn't switched sides, Watergate wouldn't have been an issue. Beyond that, we don't know.
This is something Patrick Buchanan wanted to happen, by the way. He talks about this quite extensively in the White House Wars, is that this was Patrick Buchanan's. Nixon said this because Patrick Buchanan advised this, and H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman changed their minds because they fired Dean, and Dean ran off, and the whole thing blew up. Haldeman and Ehrlichman were innocent. They were tried. They didn't get a fair trial. They should not have gone to prison. They shouldn't have gotten convicted, obviously. However, they were dummies who should have listened to Patrick Buchanan. because if Buchanan had, if they'd listened to Buchanan, this would have been a nothing burger. And he, as usual, Buchanan was correct the whole time and literally could have saved the country if 2 more people had listened to him.
No, I mean, we can't replay the sports. I think you talk about reasonable doubt, which is the hallmark of our system. There were acres of reasonable doubt. Impeachment is a political effort. Would they really have voted to impeach Nixon, and would the Senate really have convicted him? I don't think so. The 2 major problems, you remember, they were all against him. The press was against him. His ability to govern was the public opinion polls were down. But he was named a co-conspirator because the special prosecutor misrepresented to the grand jury. And the staff recommended impeachment because the special prosecutor misrepresented to the staff. Let me finish with one thing and then we'll go. I worry about this. I fight myself all night long on this. They said Nixon had personally approved the payment of the blackmail. Nixon knew he hadn't. If he had known that was the accusation, Nixon was no quitter. If he had known that was the accusation, he never would have quit. He would have stayed and fought that to the very end because he knew it wasn't true. I'm going to have to stop and go over here.
We have time for 2 more questions. The first is from this gentleman here. What does it take for a court to unseal those documents that you referred to earlier?
Funny that you should ask. It's in the book. The answer is in the book, so just read the book. There is a writ, an ancient Anglo-Saxon writ, an appeal to the court called coram nobis. It's roughly writ of error. And the defendant, or if the defendant is dead, the defendant's descendants, can come into the court where they were convicted and say, new evidence. We're not re-arguing the case. We could not have discovered this evidence by due diligence at the time, but this new evidence changes everything. The heirs could come in and do that. Now, I deliberately did not discuss that with them leading into the book. They're reading the book for the first time just like you are. I don't know what their reaction is going to be. They've suffered a huge amount already. It would be expensive, it would be time-consuming, it would be anxiety-filling to come do this. But if I were to do it, if I were one of the descendants and know what I know, I'd come into court and file the petition and say to the court, you go investigate. This isn't my problem, this is your problem. You can get all this information that I can't get. You can put people under oath, and I can't do that. And if I could convince the court, then I'd be okay. And the court could direct the Department of Justice. I mean, the court doesn't have to do it. So that's the first step is the descendants could file the writ. It's the same thing on an investigation. That would be, they're the only ones with standing to come into court to ask for an investigation. You asked about the unsealing of the grand jury testimony. When they sought to unseal President Nixon's, I intervened and said, this is unfair, you should never do this. The one thing the president knew. This is after he left office. They went and questioned him for 2 days. I said he was sick, he'd lost the presidency. The only thing he knew under this questioning was it would stay sealed forever. And you just can't do that to the man. And besides, I think it was a perjury trap. A perjury trap is where the prosecutor knows they can't charge you for the offense. A statute of limitations, the main witness is dead. So they try to get you to commit a new offense that they can prosecute. And it's kind of a delicious concept. Nixon had been pardoned. The pardon was quite good. They could go ask him in the grand jury to testify about these events. And he could do one of 2 things. He could sell out his friends, or he could commit perjury and they'd have him, because President Ford did not pardon him for the future. So I entered and filed petitions to no avail. The court ruled against me and released the president's testimony, and we were here, ready to read it, ready to react, and there's nothing there. Turns out that it was a spoof. Well, in the course of my fighting, I amended my petition to say, okay, turnabout's fair play. Let's go release the grand jury stuff on how he got named as a co-conspirator, and that is presently before the court. So, we'll see. We'll see. I think of myself as a Watergate scholar. I'm not a litigating attorney. I'm also not in a position to mount a full-scale attack on this. But you don't have to. You go in, the book will be a huge help, and we'll see what the court does. So we'll see. Now, time for one more question? There you are.
You have a question right here.
Sure.
Hi, Mr. Shepard. Thanks for coming out. 2-part question. Number 1 is, John Dean responded to your book. And number 2, was Judge Sirica ever admonished or disciplined for his conduct on the bench following Watergate?
What a delicious question. John Dean and I are not close.
I wonder why. He's not close with John Dean?
He did this on my earlier book. He says, well, I haven't had a chance to read it, but Shepard's no good. He's just a lightweight. He was just a kid.
Scholar of Watergate. If he was hip, he'd say something of a Watergate ball knower. I don't know if I have a picture of myself that'll work for this. Just copy your face. Yeah, I guess I could try that. Hold on. Hold on. Just a second. Plug the macro pad in if I'm gonna do Photoshop editing. I don't know Photoshop keyboard shortcuts anymore because they're all on my macro pad. They're all on this. I've programmed them all to this. Just do it on muscle memory now. Alright, here we go. Bro, got a tour box? I do have a tour box. I have a tour box for video editing, dude. You ought to see my hands fly across this tour box. I know the tour box is technically like a digital drawing thing, like it's more for your people than my people, Danny, but bro, you ought to see the way I'm playing this tour box like a piano, like a concert pianist when I'm in the middle of a big edit. An insane level of effort going on. I don't know how to do things without an insane level of effort. You guys are watching why I'm... You guys want to know how a kid that's never opened a video editor or a photo editor becomes a professional video and photo editor in like 6 months? You want to know how that happens? You're seeing it happen in real time. You're seeing that in real time. Scratch discs are full. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. What is it? I feel like I picked a weird time to join, lol. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a weird point. We're at a weird point. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Let's sort by size. 2, 1, 117, 124. We're gonna delete all of those. I feel like we're good now. Average Sanity Revolt stream? Yeah, there is always a... Yeah, this is the average stream. The average stream is where I put my face on a meme. Brightness and contrast layer. We need some more contrast in this. We do want a little more brightness, but not a lot. Right there is where we want it. And then we do just need we need a color balancer. We just need to go red. We need to go yellow. And oh, we're close. It's so close. Maybe a little pink, actually. We might need to... Oh, there it is. There it is, boys. His head is too big for your face. Yeah, it's a meme. Be okay with it, guys. It's gonna be... We're gonna be... boys, I promise you it's gonna be okay. I promise you that it's okay. The hues were close. We're getting close. We're getting close. It's still a little orangey. No alpha mask? What a chud. I just put it... That's an alpha mask! What do you want me to... What do you mean no alpha mask? That's an alpha mask! The fuck are you talking about, Danny? That's an alpha mask. I just put it... That's an... What the fuck is this? What, is this not an alpha mask? The brightness needs to come up. That's what it is. I think maybe the brightness is too low. I'm just so white, dude. I'm so pale. Nah, dude. Use an alpha mask. I love the alpha mask. This is the way I do thumbnails too. I love how the discordant features and basic physiology structure ill-match with the founding stock face of Thursday makes it wholly disconcerting. It's so bothersome. But we don't use AI. I don't use AI, all right? I thought I was an AI? No, I'm a human being. I'm a human man. There we go, boys. I'm just saving it and I'm not showing you my file structure for OPSEC reasons. Don't let the old ways die. Embrace tradition. Don't let the old ways die. Just because everybody else is using AI doesn't mean you have to. You can make things that are actually funny. There you go, boys. Everybody go like and retweet it. Like and retweet it. There you go. Come on. This is way funnier than if I just told an AI to put my face on it. This is so much more, like, this is physically unsettling, and it's hilarious. This is that's so funny. That's way funnier than AI because of how bothersome it is. All right, let's finish the video. Thank you, Mysterion.
I would be happy to meet with John anywhere, but he hasn't read the book, I can promise you. I don't know if he will. I wouldn't if I were John. He's written his best shot, came out last year. It's called The Nixon Defense, and it's John Dean's defense. It's got nothing to do with the president. I wrote a critique about it. It's on my website. I don't know.
I have actual ADHD. We go down insane side checks all the time. It took us an hour to get to watching this video. Bro, I put Nixon on the thumbnail. It took us an hour to get to starting to watch the video. I lost my Diet Coke. I don't know where it is. Oh, it's empty in the trash bag. There's like a quarter of this white monster left from this morning. Should I drink that at midnight?
What John will write, I'm eager to hear. I want to get off.
Yeah, doing this is like why streaming is uniquely funny. That's kind of why, actually, one of the main reasons I do like the streaming stuff more than I like scripted video or whatever, because you just do insane sidetracks.
In the weeds and talk about this
Way
stuff.
more fun this way.
The second question was Sirica. Was Sirica disciplined? Well, no. He was named Time Magazine's Man of the Year. He's a Watergate hero. He was given honorary degrees. So was Archie Cox and Elliot Richardson. They are heroes of Watergate. Now, we'll see. Now, there was a vicious article by Renata Atler, who is a very liberal, great writer. And she wrote a book about the last days of the New Yorker, and she put a sentence in about Judge Sirica that was not pleasing. She said he was corrupt, he was a tool of organized crime, and he was no good.
That's a top 10
and there was a reaction from the other side,
I'm an organic
and she
meme
got
farmer.
carpet bombed by the New York Times for saying this. So she licked her wounds, and then she published an article in a magazine. It's reproduced later in a book called Canaries in the Mineshaft that just takes Sirica apart and goes through all the stuff and what a terrible judge he was and all this terrible record. And I'm trying to find her. She's something of a recluse, and I can't get her address, but I want to send her my book for free, because it will confirm her worst thoughts about this judge. So I don't think Judge Sirica's reputation can survive.
Do you just want
this book.
you just want the photo?
This is a direct frontal attack on a judge who is a disgrace to the federal judiciary. And I think that's where the battles are going to be fought. That and
Yo, Carrot, put that in the tag. Shit. All right, hold up. We don't need a Discord emote. We might need a stream emote though. We can put it in. All right, hold up. I got an idea. Is YouTube really gonna crash out right now? No fucking way. YouTube's gonna crash right now. Oh, dude, my monetization has been off. Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. It's not like I get that much from ads. How do I add emotes? Does this count as something breaking midstream? No, because it hasn't broken yet. Unless the stream actually lags out, then we're good. If the stream lags out, then you can write it down. But if it hasn't lagged yet, then we're still good. All right, let's try something, chat. Let's try something. Nope, not that. There it is. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. There it is, chat. Ball knower. There you go, chat. You got your first member. You got your first member emoji. First member emoji. Ball knower.
And with the special prosecutor. Thank you again for coming. This has been really pleasant.
I paused this video 20 seconds from the end of it to put an emoji in. I'm off the. Why do you guys watch that? This is terrible content. I'm so bad at this.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff will be available in the bookstore. I'm sorry, in the lobby to sign your books. Books are available to order in the bookstore. Thank you again. Please check back for future events at nixonfoundation.org. Thank you.
Well, chat, there you go. 4 hours on why Nixon was pretty much innocent and all the bad things that people did to try to get him. How can I post the ball knower? If you're in the stream and you click the emoji bar in the YouTube chat, not the one in your phone. Not the one on your phone, but there's a little emote right here. That's what you want to do. The emote in like the text bar. You see what I'm saying? Right there. That one right there. That's what you want. Do you need me to break something or do you need me to mention something? Is that what you need, Mysterion? Lectio, could you explain why J.D. Vance is a good candidate for 2028 for someone skeptical of him because of who he worked for in the past? Yeah, this is both really simple and really complicated, but the simplest version of this is that your concerns about JD are more present in every other possible candidate, and getting what we wanted with Trump and making such big strides has made us think that we should be able to make strides and gains of that magnitude every cycle. However, in a democracy, it's just not realistic or possible. So, did you? Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta focus on JD. And then we gotta talk about Mysterion asking me. Dude, he's rage baiting me, so I'll say it. Let me pull it up. Basically, I don't think that I think that people have gotten too comfortable thinking they will make as big of an advancement in getting what we want and advancing our causes. Try closing out of the app totally, Kathna, and reopening it. That's the only other thing, because it is on mine. I can see it on mine. It's right there. Right there. That's it right there. So, yeah, I know people are skeptical, but all of the concerns I've heard about JD are more present in every other candidate, and it's just not likely or possible that you're going to get a candidate who is better. So, purity spiraling over Peter Thiel or him being married to a non-Christian, is fundamentally unhelpful and childish in a democracy. You don't get incredible unless you're going to do something to achieve political change that is not a participation in the democratic process, and is a radical exit from the democratic process. You have to be willing to make compromises, and JD is your best candidate given the available candidates. So either you're going to be a little bitch and a woman and complain about, oh, I'm not getting everything I want out of all of my candidates, and therefore I'm not going to do anything, right? That's effeminate. It's a little, or you're going to have to, if you're not going to vote, then what are you going to do? Go out and do something that's a radical exit from the democratic process in some way, which obviously I don't condone anything which would be illegal or immoral in any way. But yeah, I just don't think people understand how I think there is a significant number of younger millennials and Gen Zers who are politically completely uneducated on how far Trump has come and don't realize how much of an exit from the norm Trump is, and don't realize that you can't make that big of a stride every single election. And as a result want to whine and complain that the available candidates don't agree with them on literally every issue. Moonshiner, hey, how you doing? Put in the woe is me in woman. For real, yeah. Yeah, I don't respect. I understand people who have concerns about Vance. I don't think, having worked for Thiel in the past, and I wish his wife was Christian too, I understand that. But the whole, I would not vote for him because of those things, or, Trump betrayed me because he doesn't agree with me on every issue all the time, or he sometimes says things to get negotiations done that I disagree with. It's a massive self-report that you don't understand the political and democratic process. I mean, it's just what it is. And frankly, it's just it's just what it is. You're gonna have to have candidates who you don't agree with or you don't like everything about. And this idea, this is something I was talking about Shane with last week. This idea that you need to lionize and agree with the personality and virtue of every political figure you follow or enjoy or think that says good things sometimes is just completely idiotic. It's just not true. It's just not true. You can disagree with people. You can say certain people are bad at certain things. You can like someone who's not good on certain issues, but you agree with on other issues. It's really not complicated. And You almost got me, AJK. You almost got me. And I just don't think the Department of Education was abolished. It was turned into it is abolished in everything but name. It's just, I mean, this is another thing, right? Like, this is the stuff I'm talking about, where, like, it's abolished in everything but name. He wants to turn it into the Office of Education, and it's significantly less powerful. It has significantly less federal power. No on pro-life items, which feels as a betrayal. All right, you guys want the hard truth on the pro-life stuff? Gosh. This clip's gonna, if somebody sees this clip, I'm gonna be done. The pro-life issue on a political stage is unviable, and that is the fault of the pro-life movement leaders and not of the politicians. If you are not on the street doing change, right? Look, Lila Rose is more concerned and spends more time promoting her personal brand podcast where she talks to heretics about prophecy than she does promoting, like, doing actual on-the-ground activism for the pro-life movement. And then when the Republicans observe the truth, and this is true, I'm not saying I agree with it, but it is true. It is true. Abortion is a losing issue. Every time it's been tried, every time a referendum has come up in every state, no matter how red, it loses. It loses. Okay? And if you want the administration, you want Republicans to become more hardline on abortion again, then you need to do the on-the-ground activism. But even the people who are supposed to be doing the on-the-ground activism, like Lila and like the one who's on Ozempic, what's her name? The Students for Life, whatever. That woman in charge of Students for Life, she's explicitly getting in the way of bills that will put women at. Kristen Hawkins is explicitly intervening and getting involved in stopping bills that would punish women for abortion and as if it were murder. And it's just not going to work, right? Like that is not. Lila spends more time on her personal brand than she does on abortion. And Kristen Hawkins opposes bills that are pro-life if they would punish a woman too hard. All right? And then they complain when JD and Trump soften on abortion a little bit. Well, the reason they're doing that is because you two and all your gal pals who are supposedly leading the pro-life movement are such radical failures. You suck at your job. If you ever see this, look at me. Lila, Kristen, if you ever see this, you fucking suck at your job. All right? You do. You are shit at your job. You overturned, you know who got Roe overturned? Was Trump. But then we lost the midterm because of it. The on-the-ground activism, we are losing. Every referendum that comes up loses. You guys suck. You're bad at your jobs. If you weren't bad at your jobs, then there would have been a single referendum outside of Florida that would have won. You're bad at your jobs. If you want the administration to do more pro-life stuff, then be better at your jobs. Lila, get off your stupid podcast and go do some on-the-ground activism. Because Trump has done more for the Trump has saved more babies and done more for the pro-life movement than Lila or Kristen Hawkins ever will in their life. Period. Because Trump got Roe overturned, and they didn't. In fact, in thank you for him doing that, Lila explicitly counter-signaled him in the primaries in 2024. And she counter-signals him every chance she gets. They gave up trying, and then they complain that people won't do their jobs for them. So that's the hard truth on the pro-life issue. I mean, if you want the hard truth on the pro-life issue, it's that it's not the job of the administration to change the hearts and minds of the people. It's the job of the administration to pass laws and policies that will take the hearts and the minds of the people to the next step where they will agree. And currently, they're not at the point where the next step they will agree is pro-life legislation, because the people doing the job are 20th century feminist slops, like Lege is saying in chat. I'll read the Department of Education article next week. It is way too late for me to read a whole new article. I'll read it next week, send it in Discord. I'll look at it and I'll prep on it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, abortion will never be criminalized via a vote because women will never give the vote, will never give them responsibility. The bigger problem is that it could be criminalized, but it would be criminalized only for the doctor and not for the woman procuring it, which is clearly retarded. I mean, Abby Johnson of all women, Abby Johnson, the hypocrite she is, look at this. Abortion is murder and should be treated like murder. Okay, cool. All right. What is the minimum sentence for murder of a child? 15 years. For first degree homicide. $30 years to life. Cool. Abortion should be treated as murder and should be treated like murder. Okay. 30 years to life for one abortion, I think. Okay. Seems fair. I aborted 2 of my children and ran a Planned Parenthood clinic, yet Jesus still forgave and changed me. If he can change me, he can change anyone. Yes, praise Jesus. He can change you, he can change anyone. You have served 0 fucking time for the 2 murders you committed of your own children and the thousands you undoubtedly helped commit. So get the fuck off the internet, shut the fuck up, do not lecture me, you murdering whore. Nah, she ran an abortion clinic. That is murder fucking one. She ran an abortion clinic. That's fucking thousands of murder ones. She should be in prison forever. Being in prison for the rest of her life is the merciful outcome. running an abortion clinic is thousands of murder ones. Like, she should be in prison forever, and she, like, this doctor that she has in front of her name, she got that doctorate and then ran an abortion clinic with it, and she still parades the title around. She still parades the title around. She used that title to murder thousands of children. She's a serial killer. She still parades the title around. You know what? In medieval Christendom, if you were being beheaded or hung, right? If you were the last person you would see before the executioner was a priest who would absolve you. If you confessed, they didn't call off the execution. You still got killed. Just because you repent doesn't mean you don't do the time. This whole I repented to Jesus thing. What? So? Saul was a very unique case. Saul was anointed into the priesthood by Jesus Christ himself. I'll tell you what, if Jesus himself comes down to earth and takes Abby Johnson's perpetual vows for her to enter the religious life, then she doesn't have to go to prison. Otherwise, go to prison, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Don't lecture me. What are you doing? Bro, I hate the internet today. I just hate the internet. This place sucks, dude. The internet sucks. Why are we talking about all this dumb Mog shit? I don't give a crap. Oh, that one's good. That one's good. I like that one. Bro, Denims is the ugliest woman who thinks she's hot on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, there are a bunch of women who think they're hot, right? And they also fall on a spectrum from ugly to hot. I think Denims is the ugliest woman who thinks she's attractive. Did you have St. Paul mentioned on your bingo card? Send your bingo card to the Discord. We'll look at it. I don't believe you. Damn, I'm not reading that out loud. Holy shit, that's insane, HAK. Oh my gosh. Bruh. The other Paul is like... Bro, your mic's too far from your face, dude. Your mic's too far. Get that thing in there. Get that thing in there. Bro, DaVinci editors be like, the colors. The colors. You have to... Node-based editing doesn't make any sense, but you will learn it very quickly. Bruh, just use a timeline. You still up? Nigga, I'm live. What do you mean you still up? The colors. You have to use it for the colors. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Just use the timeline. Based. The colors. Danny's in the chat literally. The colors. The colors get worse. The colors. The colors. The colors get worse. Nobody cares. The colors are fine. Dude, what the? Everything gets worse in export. Not when you have an M4 Max and 128 gigabytes of RAM. I'm gonna frame mog you. I can't flash this because it's got my serial number. I'm not gonna show it to you guys. M4 Max, 128 gigabytes of RAM. Come on. Dude, is there really not? This meme is so funny. I see this meme all the time. So funny. Hilarious shit.
The Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this. I always tell people the day the Latino,
they are gonna do a white genocide if you don't stop them. Just kick them all. I mean, you can't let these people in charge. Like, if a person talks like this in a European country, which America is a European country, whether or not you like it, America's a European country. Cope about it if you don't like it. When somebody talks like this in a European country, they should be exiled. Just no, you're exiled now. Just exile these people, dude. I'm not kidding. This is a good tweet. That's a good tweet. That's a good tweet. That's a good tweet. How breaking the law looks at NFL players the second they get life-changing money. I mean, how the speed limit looks at Georgia's O-line and D-line. Like, this guy should be exiled. I'm not kidding. Where's my X button, dude? What? I forgot the E now. Dude, it's too late. It's too late. I'm so tired. The part of the stream that's just me browsing Twitter. What? No, I want to see things shut up. I'm just concerned about how long your fingers are. Damn, even your hands are fat. Why are your fingers so long? I thought I had long fingers. Which, by the way, this is an insane, like, this is the 17 Pro Max phone, all right? This is the 17 Pro Max. When it's not in the case, I can wrap my hand all the way around it. I'm also 5'9", but I have a 6-foot wingspan. I'm shaped weird, dude. I'm a weird shape. Yes, I'm 5'9". What do you think? What do you mean? No way, I'm 5'9". Bro, fuck you. Fuck you. I have been informed that I have piano fingers. Bro, now 5'3" energy. I'm gonna kill you guys. Bro, I'm 9'5", boys. I'm 9'5". Pope Leo met with courage at seminary. They roll their eyes and say it was to appear balanced with the James Martin crap for image reasons and unity. I think it was intentional. I think he did it intentionally to undercut the James Martin thing. Austin Butler would actually be a good Lance Armstrong cast. I read Lance Armstrong's biography in like the 6th grade. And not like the kid one. I read the real Lance Armstrong biography in like the 6th grade. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. I remember that color. I used to read it in a tree. One day I fell out of the tree while I was reading that biography and almost hung myself because my shirt caught on a branch. True story. Thanks for saving my life, Dad. All right, the Armstrong jokes. Yeah, good job. Don't read in a tree. Just don't read in a tree, honestly. I mean, reading in a tree is one thing. It's just, you gotta be careful.
European Union gets to determine what international law is. What they certainly don't get to determine is how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would say that the United States is, and this president has made very clear, his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that.
This is why Marco Rubio is Secretary of State and not Vice President. Because on domestic policy and the issues core to Trump and the issues Trump wants to pass on to the future of the MAGA movement, JD's closer to him on, but Marco Rubio understands geopolitics better than probably anybody else who's reliable. Yeah, Europe needs to accept its vassalage or stop being a vassal. So true. Big facts.
We fight for our continent, for our religion, for our people.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a great video. The music. Whenever somebody puts that music in, I want to just, you know what I mean? That music makes me so angry when they try to, like, it's so overdone. It's so overdone that it actually makes me angry now.
I don't think that we should underestimate what that could mean. Because in some people's mind, that means, well, you're going to have to Xerox or photocopy your ID to send it in to prove you are who you are. Well, there are a whole lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't, there's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about
There's a copy machine at every local library.
voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are. Of course, people have to prove who they are, but not in a way that makes it almost impossible for them to prove who they are.
What? That's the way we want them to do it. We want it to be almost impossible so that you can't. Will the SAVE Act pass? I called my congressman twice a week for the last 2 weeks, and my senators twice a week for the last 2 weeks, and told them they need to pass it. Yeah. Yeah, this guy. Deport this guy too, by the way. My license is expired right now. I need to get new ones. Oh my gosh. no access to driver's license. Also, the only people who live in those areas are Republicans. So why would you do that? That's so weird.
Commissioned a forensic review. I got a copy of the laptop data. I have it here still. I went to a lot of effort to get the cleanest copy of the laptop data, the same data that was provided to the FBI, because I didn't want to have any professional journalistic risk for CBS News. I wanted this thing to be totally locked down. When we did the story, we did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterms, and my training is that you should always do the story there. We did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterms, and my training is that you should always do the story when it's ready to go. You should not be dictated by the political cycle. Once we got the laptops.
But then you're waiting till now, like, yeah, this quote, and instead of saying anything, then you saved it for now.
Story on the morning news.
Dude, what are you talking about?
There was so much there that we could still do. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal use of the N-word. And I thought this was worthy of a story, but I was told that it was not something that interested.
Bro, I just shut the Bro, I'm just dead. Dude, what are we doing here? I'm sorry, I was still, not this. This is cool. I was still annoyed about that. We could have done a story on Hunter Biden saying the N-word, even though there's evidence in there that he was a literal pedophile. And that was what we covered up that was bad. Dude, these people care more about racism than they do actual crime. I just want I just want for democracy to be over.
Democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. So let us say, government by the retarded, for the retarded, of the retarded. Democracy cannot be the highest possibility man can attain. It is good in comparison to other forms of government that have preceded it, but not something that can succeed it.
I feel like that's a good spot. I feel like that's a good spot, boys. I think we're done. I think we should stop for the night because I think I'm 30 minutes from punching myself. Your bingo card victory. Here we go. X is opened. Like and subscribe. Dog is mentioned. Jazz break. A book is pulled out on screen. Oh, dang. Chatter says something dumb. Who said something dumb? Pep Buchanan. Stream is 3+ hours long. A saint is mentioned. Oh, a saint is mentioned. Dang. St. Paul. Yeah, I got St. Paul. Thursday is sick in some way. That's interesting. I don't feel like I'm sick all that much. I guess headache and yeah, I guess evil or retarded, call it. That one's good. Hoosiers mentioned. Our greatest ally. Orrin McIntyre. You spelled Orrin McIntyre wrong. You spelled Orrin McIntyre wrong. There's no Y. Wow, that image is not getting any bigger. Stream starts late. Technically, you got stream starts late because I started at like 7:50. I just didn't tell you guys when I was planning to start. So I did it specifically so none of you could have the stream starts late square. Is why I didn't schedule the stream. Physiognomy, that's good. Something breaks midstream. Background has changed from last stream. Drip is called out. Mafrad mentioned. Friend enemy distinction. Xcath is malding. Yeah, there you go. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, gang. I'm done for the night. Can't do any more. Very tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I love you all. Thank you for watching. If you haven't liked, like and subscribe. And say your prayers.